saying is that's very valuable.
Is it?
Okay, I'm gonna walk back up.
Yeah, that's the deal.
I'm gonna walk back up a lot.
right, we're going to get started here. So if you'd like to find your seat, any last folks that are arriving. So thank you all for coming. My name is Amanda Barrios Griggs. I am a Master's of Social Work student here at San Diego State University, graduating this spring. And we are here for the Joe Renteria Memorial Decolonizing Social Work Empowerment Series. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you to community members who put in so much love and heart helping us put this together. We're honored to have so many wonderful guests. It's just filling my heart right now. It is an absolutely beautiful day. We are in a beautiful space with so much wisdom and knowledge. I can't wait for you to hear all of the stories that these people have to tell today. So thank you, and we hope that you have an incredible experience, and thank you for all the folks joining us today on our live stream event. And thank you to this woman right here, Professor Tamara Strohauer, who this event would not have come together without your help.
You're amazing. You're amazing. So, thank you all so much for being here. I am so proud of our students. Amanda is the president of our Indigenous Social Work Alliance, and our students have been having comp exams. They're getting ready for finals. They are writing papers, and hopefully a lot of them will be able to join us. But we're so grateful to have our community here to lift up our Warrior Spirit family and all the beautiful work and the beautiful heart and the prayer that has gone in. I'm very humbled and honored to introduce our fire keepers. This fire was started in November of 2019 on this campus at our Native Truth and Healing California Genocide Conference and kept for 3 days by medicine people. The prayers that have been put down in this space for all of you, for every student who will come here for the next 7 generations, for the 7 generations back and the ancestors of this place, this beautiful Kumeyaay land. We are so incredibly honored. I would like to introduce Jess Vicente. It's going to come up now to read our land acknowledgement. I jumped ahead because I had to hug this woman and thank her for her heart.
Oh, we love it.
Very honored to have Jess with us. She is the chair of our Native American Student Alliance.
Thank you.
Jessica Vicente the Bethlehem Todicini Bashishchin Hashkushni Dashache Batani Dashanella. Hello everyone, my name is Jessica Vicente. I introduced myself through my 4 clans, but here's the land acknowledgement. We stand upon a land that carries the footsteps of millennia of Kumeyaay people. They are a people whose traditional life ways intertwine with a worldview of earth and sky in a community of living beings. This land is part of a relationship that has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced the Kumeyaay people to the present day. It is part of a worldview founded in the harmony of the cycles of the sky and balance in the forces of life. For the Kumeyaay, red and black represent the balance of those forces that provide for harmony within our bodies as well as the world around us. As students, faculty, staff, and alumni of San Diego State University, we acknowledge this legacy from the Kumeyaay. We promote this balance in life as we pursue our goals of knowledge and understanding. We find inspiration in the Kumeyaay spirit to open our minds and hearts. It is the legacy of the red and black. It is the land of the Kumeyaay. Yeah, Ihan, my heart is good.
Thank you so much, Jess. Now I'm very humbled and honored to introduce one of my dear friends who I actually got my bachelor's degree in American Indian Studies here with in 2014, right? And This is Mr. Ivan Sam of Dene Nation. He will talk with you about the fire along with my brother Bobby Wallace from Barona Band of Mission Indians. Thank you both for being here today. I'm humbled and honored always to be with you.
Yate se Ivan Sam and Jackie Ani and Sloan Tohe Glini Buses Chin Kabaha Dasha Che do my day skizzy Dashanella Hut Adenensle. Would like to say hello to each and every one of you. Introducing myself in my own language, purpose of making relations with one another. I consider family out there. I got my brother here, Richard, and his family here. And Jessie as well. She comes from the Navajo Nation. So, you know, introducing ourselves in our own language, we're able to identify if we're related or not in that way. So just wanted to introduce myself like that. I'm also an alumni here at San Diego State. Got my bachelor's here in Native American Studies. And also just being involved within the community. We started this fire here at San Diego State back in 2019, November. And prior to all that, we had ceremony before. We did some heart healing ceremonies before we actually laid foot, you know, creating that foundation for the truth and healing of our people. You know, the Kumeyaay people here, they went through a lot of history, several different genocides that had happened with the Spanish, the Mexican, and then the American government. You know, it's been passed down so many generations, the suffering. So we brought purpose and healing for that reason, because some of us are not healed yet. We're still trying to heal our family members. You know, the historical and generational trauma that we're dealing with right now, we're barely shining light on those situations. The silent pandemic that we're dealing with addiction, with drugs and alcohol, that's affecting our children right now. You know, that's been passed down from many different generations as well. We watched our elders, our relatives, you know, partake alcohol, drugs. You know, they've been incarcerated. So many different generations have been through that process. So that's what brings us here today. Today we are here to shine light on those situations. And now we're making this reciprocity of healing to pass on to different departments right now. So the Native Truth and Healing, Decolonizing programs, shining light on our ancestral land here, Kumeyaay land. You know, we're bringing peace to them. There's a lot of unresting spirits out there. There's a lot of graves out there with no names on them. And that's what we want to pray about too. We want to pray about truth. We want to heal those family members that are here, family members that are amongst, you know, this program here too. You know, they come and bring their prayers and their songs. And this fire here represents healing. We call it Grandfather Fireplace right here. It brings healing to us each and every way. It's the same elements as what's up there in the sky with the stars. Our star beings out there, we pray upon them during the time of healing and prayer. We ask them for healing. We ask them to come and bless these grounds too. So that was the purpose of what we brought here, is this fire. Without fire, there's nothing. The beginning of life is right here with this fireplace. You can't have ceremony without fire. You know, the elders, they always talk about this too. They always talk about how we need that fire for everything. It's a way of life. It's not just it's not like a religion. It's the way we live. Without that fire, we're nothing. Same thing with water. Same thing with our medicine, our medicinal plants, our food. We have to take, sovereignty over that too, our own food source. Food is medicine as well. So I just want to share a little bit more of that with you guys, and I'm going to introduce Bobby here. Bobby Wallace, he's the one that brought this fire from relatives on the Cherokee side. So I want him to share his story too. So I want to say thank you for bringing that for us to heal and to bring prayer. Aho.
Hauka inchuwai awimpayo setnain maicha inyach Bobby Wallace from the Barona Band of Mission Indians. My people come from over there where the lake's at right now, which is called El Capitan. Before that, they come from Mesa Grande, from Inyaha Cosmet, in San Felipe, way in the mountains. It's awesome to be here today. And as we hear those church bells ringing, you Kumeyaay, don't you just want to run and hide behind the rocks or something? But that's what our people used to do. They hear those guys coming and they were really bad to us, and but we can change and we can get that out of our DNA, and we can move forward to being better people and help one another and get through this trauma that's been with us so long. We can get through it together, and it's a big thing. It really is. It's a big thing because we see trauma. We see that crap all around, I've been fortunate enough to travel around the States, and all these things right here are gifts, and they were given to me because how come somebody from so far away could come and care about our people and our trauma? And truth be told, we left many, many, many places and people crying because some people from so far away could come and really care about their people too. And along with that is this fire. So here's the story of the fire. We were out walking through Cherokee country, and this guy Mike Bakhtin and this group of people, they invited us to go stay at this place. And if anybody knows anything about the Cherokees, they got displaced. They got beaten, they got killed, they got told to move over there. They've lost everything. They have lost everything except for one thing. They had ashes from that fire, from them, those people from this one spot over 1,200 years. We were at this place and they were playing powwow music over an iPod, and we kind of, Chief Harry and I looked at each other like, wow, this is like really trippy. I've never seen this before. And it was really crazy. But I felt really, really, really sad way deep down inside for these people. And at the end of it all, they ended up giving us a little pouch of that old fire. And my job is to share that fire with as many people as I can. So every time we relight this fire, I think of how we can be if we don't try to press on and make a different change in this world. We have all sorts of crazy stuff going on. The dope, the jealousy, the hate, whatever it may be that we've learned from the colonization process. We need to move away from that. We need to step back and we need to think, man, is this the way we want to be? Do we want to lose everything within the next 100 or 200 years? And our ass can lose stuff in a couple of 100 years if we don't start taking care of one another in a good way. And I'm sorry if I'm so candid and stuff slips out here once in a while. Those of you people that know me, I will say it. I will say the truth. I have a killer truth right now is these two boys right here, these young men. I'm proud of you guys. And Abel, you're a good-ass dad, man. You know, I've watched these guys for a long time, little kids with gourds shaking them around, running all around. You're like, hey, kid, you're going to break that thing, you know. But, yeah, these are good men now. And that's what it's about, too, and that's what the fire means to me, too. So if you guys want to drop some tobacco on the fire, drop tobacco on the fire. You know, if you want to drop tobacco over by the altar, drop tobacco by the altar, because it's not mine. If I die, these things will go to somebody. They won't get burned. These things belong to everyone. So they were given to me for prayers for everyone from all over the place. So it's yours, just like it's mine. It's everybody's. So please drop tobacco on that old fire. And remember, we need to always work together to get out of this funk that we're all in. And I do love all you guys. I really do. There's some people out there that I don't like, but I love them too, you know. And that's what you call unconditional love, and I learned it from my badass uncle sitting right over there. That man. I love you, Unc. All right, thanks a lot, you guys.
Thank you so much, Bobby and Ivan, for those stories. And very fortunate because the Cherokee are my people. So it's very special for me to be here in this space with you. Look at me, I can't speak without crying whenever I'm around you guys. Whenever I'm around all you just fill my heart. Next, I would love to invite Chairman Anthony Pico to do our prayers for this morning, and we're honored to have him with us, and I cannot wait to hear all of his wisdom for today, but thank you for being here to offer some prayers for this day.
They asked me to say the prayer because they're looking all around, and I was the one with the most sins. So that's why I'm up here. They're trying to save me, apparently. And I'm getting savable. I'd like to invite our ancestors to be here with us this afternoon. When we talk in the world of the spirit, and then we recollect the world of the physical, they don't go together. They're completely different. So all of your ancestors, ask them to come in. Ask them to be here with us. They can all fit on the head of a needle, on the point of a needle, because it's of the spiritual world. It's not of the physical world. So let's ask all of our ancestors to come in and be with us, to be with our hearts, to be with our souls. And let's all pray for the trauma that we've all suffered from because of the past unspeakable atrocities that we've had to endure. That historical trauma and then the intergenerational trauma that brought us and put in our laps, in our doorstep, the childhood trauma. That we're all beginning to find solutions to. And those solutions come from here, from each other. From me to you, to you, to you, to us. So we thank our Creator for letting our ancestors be here with us. I was mentioning to a couple of ladies a little while ago that there was a time when I was searching for spirituality. And I kept thinking about it and where is it at and how does it affect me? Or is it here? And there were times when I had such a great time, a great connection with people, that I would go home and I'd start to process this maybe over a couple of days. And I didn't know I was practicing this. I was practicing getting to a place to where I could understand spirituality. Then I realized that this great time that I was having just a few days prior, I was really having a spiritual experience. And it didn't happen that often, but it happened enough to where once I left wherever I was at with people as yourself, that, hey, I was having a spiritual experience, but I had to process it first. Now I've evolved to the point to where I know when it's happening now, and it's happening right now. We are all having a spiritual experience. We're sharing our hearts. We're sharing our grief. We're sharing our pain. We're sharing our victories with each other and the love that we have for each other. Everything takes practice. Maybe if we don't feel it now, we will feel it, but we have to practice it. And this event today is giving us that opportunity. So thank you, Creator. Thank you for bringing us together. Thank you for bringing us into one heart together. And we pray that our ancestors continue to intervene in our life to bring forth unconditional acceptance and unconditional love for each other so that we can freely share with each other our deepest sorrows, our deepest pain, without being afraid of being judged. Thank you all for being here, for trusting in each other. That's why we're here, because we trust each other. So we go forth now and give this love that we are experiencing today, the spiritual understanding that we're experiencing today, and talk to others about this. Talk to others about this event. Cause us to be able to love ourselves so we can love others. Cause us to love our children unconditionally. And it's happening. We have suffered unspeakable atrocities, but this seventh generation is starting to rebound. I can see it in my own native community. I see young men walking around carrying their infant children. I see this couple and their children attending cultural events. I can just see the unity of the families increasing. That's where we're going. So when you see that, you know that you're able to look into the next 1,000 years. It's happening. It's happening with us. With us, to us, and within us. So thank you, Creator. I'm not sure where the Creator's up there, to my right, to my left, behind me, but I do know that in the Navajo tradition, there's beauty all around me. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you so much, Chairman. It is my heartfelt honor now to introduce you to Jake and Dakota Hakame, who are two powerful spiritual youth who are going to grace us with their bird songs and their stories. And meeting these young people has been one of the great gifts of my life, and I'm so honored to bring them here today. Come on up.
Hauka Inyaje Kakome Tokumuk Makopai Inya Sul Dakota Hakome. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jake Hakome. I'm Kumeyaay from Mesa Grande, Band of Mission Indians, and this is my little brother Dakota. And today we're here to bring you guys some of our Kumeyaay bird songs called To Cook. And to cook in our language means little bird, and this is a song cycle that was given to us by our creation story, by our creators. And these songs you could sing all night. And today I'm going to open it up following our prayer from Mr. Anthony Pico. Yeah, thank you.
Great songs, man. You're awesome. Little brother.
Look at you. Thank you for taking the day off. Do you have the day off today?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Good ones, good ones. Took me there. Took me there.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Thank you.
Good job, Jake. Good job, Dakota.
Okay.
Good to see you. Two hands. Gathered off of the humble mountain. Thank you for your blessing.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the blessing today. It's on your purse.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Good to see you for bringing them to us. Thank you for the song. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for singing. Good job. Good job, guys. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. So beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, thank you. Beautiful song. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you too.
Hey, you guys bless yourself over there.
Thank you guys, for shaking our hands. That's a traditional way after singers are singing. She come up and shake everybody's hands and just thank you for the songs. Before I head out, I was asked to speak about my work with the youth and what I do, and being so young and seeing and growing up, there's a lot of things that I've done, a lot of sad things that I've seen, and it's a hard life sometimes being a bird singer because you gotta sometimes drop what you're doing. Last weekend I got a call saying, hey, gotta come open up the powwow, so I had to leave work, and my bosses were just like, I was like, it's a life. It's the life that I'm choosing. It's the life that I'm going to be eventually in the future, So learning how to drop things is kind of coming easy. Sometimes I got to tell friends, hey, I'll see you guys next weekend. I got to go, sing all night or something. But, I started working with the youth, especially out in Sequan and wherever I am, all throughout Kumeyaay Nation, because being so young, I've had to bury a lot of friends, and especially in these last couple of years, a lot of people my age, maybe a couple years older, a couple years younger, have gone on, and it's such a heart losing loss, when somebody, you just speak to them the weekend before, and then the next weekend you got to go sing all night for them. But so what I've been encouraging the youth is to always, stay away from drugs, stay away from alcohol, because that's all you need is a little slip up and there you go down the wrong path, Alcohol turns into smoking weed turns into popping pills turns into shooting up turns into you want more and you want more, so then you start mixing things, and then one weekend you're not here. And a lot of things that I've been doing, has been singing with the youth. Everybody has my number, and a lot of them call me Cousin Jake, and if that's how everybody's going to relate to me, to be comfortable with me, is if you guys are going to start calling me cousin, or if you guys are going to start calling me Big Jake, that's what a lot of kids like to call me. If that's what makes them comfortable, I will always drop something if I ever get a call from someone saying, hey, I'm stuck. Hey, I'm not doing too good. Can you help me? It's like, yeah. Hey, let's go have dinner. Let's go have lunch. Let's talk about what you're going through. And I myself am only 19 years old, so hopefully that relates to how old I am. Speaking like a grown person, I'm still a kid myself. I'm still trying to figure out things. Still trying to learn how to drive to Los Angeles by myself sometimes without Google Maps. But things in life are not easy, and learning that at such a young age, it doesn't matter. Every day is not supposed to be easy. Because if everything in life was easy, then everybody would be doing it. If bird singing was easy, all the kids would be doing it. If bird dancing was easy, if powwow dancing was easy, if college was easy, if high school was easy, if middle school was easy, if growing up on a reservation is easy, if growing up in the city is easy, everybody would do it. If playing sports, if reading a book, if sending text messages, receiving phone calls, even walking a block to the store, to 7-Eleven, to the gas station was easy, everybody would be doing it. But it's not. And a couple weeks ago, I dislocated my right shoulder. And look at me, I'm still up here singing. Monday I have a doctor's appointment for them to tell me what's going on. But it's the sacrifices that people make. And for the kids who are watching this, your parents sacrifice a lot for you. They care about you whether they show it or not. So you got to be grateful for the little things that they give you. Make sure to tell your mom and dad. Even for the adults here, if your mom and dad are still here, call them. Tell them you love them. Tell them you love them and that you care about them, and take them out to dinner. Take them out to breakfast. Take them out to lunch. And for those of you who have lost your parents on the way, I feel for you. Because this past year I've lost a lot of people. But go visit them. Go visit where they are. Take water for them. Take flowers for them. Yeah, people may call you crazy, you're talking to yourself, but don't let that bother you. Don't let other people's words affect how you live your life. Become a positive role model for others. Because I've learned as soon as I hit 30 or 40, within those years, I'm going to struggle. And a lot of us struggle. Because the elders are watching you. They're watching what you're doing. And they may think it's wrong. But also the youth, the younger ones, are watching you. And whatever you're doing to try to make things right for them, the elders have their own ways. Their old ways, they say. And they think it's wrong. But whatever you're doing right for the elders, the kids may think that you're wrong. So it's hard to please people both ways. But that's okay. Like I said, life is not easy. The elders, can't teach them much yet. The ones who are 80s, 90s, they have their set in stone ways. They'll still come up to you and say, hey, can't do that. Well, it's modern day, you could get away. Nope. So it's like, okay, what do? Do I listen to them? Do I try to help the kids? But, cracking jokes, having laughs, that's the best medicine that people can give. And, that's me. That's my life. I like to try to help everybody. People are having bad days, go over and make jokes. Hey, you remember when we did this and did that? Yeah. And then it's like smiles and people are thinking, and everybody needs that. And just remember today, just breathe. Whenever you're in an environment you don't want to be in, whenever you're struggling with something, just remember to breathe. Just breathe. And everything will be okay. Sometimes that breath resets your mind, and then you think clearly, and then you can address whatever situation you're in. And with that, I would like to just say thank you for listening to me, and I hope everybody has a beautiful, wonderful day, and I will see you guys around in the future. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. I think we all felt just the absolute power of those words from Jake just now. And it really makes me think about, this event is called the Decolonizing Social Work Empowerment Series. And, myself as a social work student here at SDSU, we have a lot of classes that kind of are based in social work from this perspective of Western society and English tradition. And I know myself and my native peers recognize that there is other tradition in the world, There is indigenous tradition from many places throughout the world. Not just us folks here in Turtle Island, but throughout the world with their own knowledge, their own traditions, their own understanding and wisdom of how to care for community and what that looks like. And so I'm just so excited to have the rest of the day. We're going to talk so much more about this as we kind of move inside for the next portion. We're going to be having a keynote address from Dr. Anthony Pico, and then we are going to have the Warrior Spirit family talking to us as well with Ken White. So if you would like to get yourself together and collected, you can come right back out the way that you came, come around here. We'd like to keep this area protected with grandfather fire. We don't cross this area. But if you'd like to come back around and make your way into Scripps Cottage here and find a seat, we will get ready to go. There are restrooms and there is a water refill station in there in case you're thirsty, need something to drink before we get going. But we will make our way inside for the next portion. Thank you so much, and we will see you in there.
For those of you that want to put prayers down too, we have cedar and tobacco here as well. Thank you.
All right, we are going to get started here. Y'all should know we run on Indian time, so things happen when they happen. That's also decolonizing. How about that? So we'll invite the rest of the folks from outside to join us as we get ready for Chairman Anthony Pico. I'd love to introduce you to this man who I have had the privilege to get to know virtually. This is my very first time meeting him in person today. And it's a treasure to have you here. Like, it's really, really special to have you here with us. Anthony Pico served as the chairman of the Viejas band of Kumeyaay Indians for 26 years. He is nationally recognized as an authority and leader on American Indian sovereignty, self-governance, Indian gaming, and tribal economic development. Anthony has numerous international, national, state, and regional awards for leadership achievement, business, and as a humanitarian. Anthony has been researching what he considers the most important and profound issue facing Native Americans today, childhood trauma. His passionate research has been a healing journey for himself, and he hopes the beginning of a healing journey for our people through awareness of childhood trauma, how it affects us as adults, and what we can do to eliminate this trauma that almost all Native Americans suffer from today. Anthony has an Associates of Arts degree from Grossmont College, where in 2000 he received the honor of Outstanding Alumni. Yeah. He has an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters from Long Island University, New York. And Anthony is very proud of his military record, where he served in Vietnam as an Army paratrooper in the infantry, where he received several distinguished service medals. He has two sons of whom he is very proud, John Eagle Spirit Elliott, who is currently serving his 20th year as tribal councilman of the Manzanita tribe of Kumeyaay Indians, and Tommy Pico, who writes and is the story editor for 3 television programs, Reservation Dogs. Yes, I know, thank you, people who've seen it. Resident Alien and Rutherford Falls. He has authored 4 books on poetry and is the recipient of the 2018 Whiting Award. Please welcome Chairman Anthony Pico.
Came earlier and checked this out to make sure I don't make a mistake on here. Because I've seen people who traveled 3,000 miles to give a presentation, and they were about that far, too far away from the microphone, and in the back we couldn't hear them. So, okay. Excuse me here. I always work from a text because I can't remember anymore. But I'm very excited to be here this afternoon with you. And excited because of people who are planning careers as social workers. It was always my dream, or my fantasy, if you will, that all tribal chair people have a degree in social work. As we know, oftentimes what we were doing is, let's train people to be lawyers and they can be our chair people. But as I've learned more about historical, intergenerational, and childhood trauma, I realize that the best people that need to be in the leadership position are people who really understand our dilemma, that really understand our pain and our suffering, people that are highly empathetic, that will help bring us to a place of healing. If you plan a career as a social worker, you will have an amazing ability to help people in pain. And we on the reservations have a lot of pain. My thanks to today's organizers, San Diego State University, the Indigenous Social Work Alliance, and the Warrior Spirit family. It's an honor to have been invited to speak, and I've been asked to give some insight into working with American Indians as your clients. With all due respect, especially to my Native brothers and sisters that are in the audience, I realize that only you can tell your story. I believe that exchanges of personal stories is the best therapy. And I would seriously recommend a session where you can share your feelings and experience with your colleagues, inviting a discussion between peers, American Indians and non-Indians that are candidates for social work degrees, to share their personal life traumas is the best way to know our hearts. First thing I want you to understand is that there isn't like just one Indian or one Indian tribe or group, but people as diverse in our beliefs and lifestyles as other Americans. There are citizens of tribally governed reservations and urban Indians who are either not a citizen of their tribe or believe that there would be more opportunities living off the reservation. There are Indians that you might consider well-to-do because the tribe has an economic base. And there are Indians that are challenged because the foundation, some of the foundation anyway, of America is in financial resources. In many cases, casino gaming lifted tribes that were destitute and living in poverty to a place where we could be able to make choices. There are Catholic Indians as well as following other Christian and native spiritual faiths. Not all tribes are rich or corrupt, and rich Indian casino owners, per the new myth. In fact, across the nation, when it comes to gaming, many tribal casinos really don't make a whole lot of money. They make a few bucks to maintain the facility, offer a few jobs, and keep the tribal government doors open. Casino gaming has created a bit of a cultural divide. Money does and has made a difference on my reservation. The Viejas band of Kumeyaay. People have well-paying jobs, health insurance, we can hire teachers, recreational specialists, therapists, and most importantly, we can breathe. What do I mean by that? I'm saying that we don't have to spend every day stressing over survival. We're not drowning out our problems by fighting each other in booze and drugs, even though we do have a very serious drug problem on my reservation. Grounded with steady income, we can finally begin to lift our heads high enough to visualize a plan for a better future. I may add that a spiritual awareness is also imperative. Each tribe is free as a sovereign government to decide what a better future looks like. For some, it's more commercial investments, more money. For others, it's seeking a path of our ancestors as a way to heal and separate the voice of the colonist from the voice of the Creator, our Creator. However, from my perspective and working with tribal leaders from every corner of the country, I believe American Indians share many things in common with non-Indians. We really aren't that different from most human beings. We want to love and be loved, raise a family, have a secure income, own a nice car, or at least one that runs, and hell, maybe even a boat. We all want to find a place where we feel supported and share common cultural beliefs and traditions, from the Catholic Church to the Native American Church. The difference is context, the history, and how differently Indians have been viewed and treated historically, and the ways European history, culture, and values have nearly destroyed us. As a result of that history, there are many differences. The original crime was that our ancestors were neither Catholic nor white and did not understand the European practice of attaching a commercial value to anything from land to human slavery. Today, American Indians have dual citizenships and dual loyalties as citizens of a tribal nation and citizens of the United States. You will find that this causes dueling identities and being haunted by who we were before the colonists came and changed everything. It's like an adopted child searching for her real parents in order to know who she is. There are choices and great sacrifices Indian people have had to make between our tribal identity and identifying with the country that stole our land and homes, took Indian children from their homes and placed them in Indian boarding schools, where everything Indian was to be removed, even if it meant ending their lives, our lives. The popular quote was, "Kill the Indian and save the man." So, I'm going to tell you just a few of the inhumane acts against California Indians for which European invaders were responsible. Acts which were registered on the soul and the psyche of Indians and which still resonate on our consciousness as intergenerational trauma. It's this original reaction to the crimes committed against our ancestors that is passed along from generation to generation that continues crippling Indian people in so many ways. And you as social workers, you'll find all those ways. The colonists have tried to ignore, erase, or kill us by state and federal legislation since California became a state in 1850. Tribes were registered with the federal government as mission Indians. With the swipe of a pen, the United States officials, our unique and true identities were just wiped away. This is also true of the Kumeyaay, who lived below the new border between the United States and Mexico. The name Mission Indians comes from the idea we were found or thought to belong in a twisted way to the missions and not our own lands or our own clans. We've been given many names we just didn't choose, along with the many negative descriptions of Indians from ignorant and primitive to brutal savages and devil worshippers. The clans existing before arrival of the missionaries called themselves, north of the San Diego River, Ipai, while southern tribes like Viejas were Tipai, meaning people. The early Spanish named us Degueño after our location as subjects of the San Diego mission. A common name they gave us was Diggers, was popular. That was in my third grade textbook. I remember feeling so ashamed when that happened. I just wanted to crawl under my chair or get out of that room. I would like to comment about our experiences with America, beginning with the Treaty of Guadalupe Delgado. Signed in 1848, it was a treaty that ended the American war with Mexico, secured the territory of California to the United States, and declared war on California Indians. The American-Mexican Treaty had one obvious and consequential oversight: our Indian people. The land's rights to American citizenship and private holdings of Mexican citizens were protected and reserved. We, on the other hand, were ignored as inconsequential or non-existent. Colonization is about erasing us, not just from history, but as human beings. California Territory applied and received statehood in 1850. With the birth of the new state, entering the Union as a non-slave state, continuing to enslave Indians wasn't seen as a conflict. Worse yet was the state's stated goal to murder Indians. California's first interim governor, Peter Burnett, a former slave owner and racist, proclaimed an official state policy of killing Indians, who were declared obstacles to the state's progress and attractiveness to immigrants. Context. A reservation is land set aside but owned by the federal government, which is held in trust for Indians from an American legal perspective. It's not technically our land. You probably didn't know that every 25 years, a United States president signs a document recommitting to reserving trust land for Indians. The context of the word reservation first came from the California solution to the Indian problem and was later applied to all treaty tribes. Many, including Indians, viewed reservations as concentration camps. Other humane non-Indians believed that it was the only way to save California Indians from extinction. Reservations created by presidential order came without rights given to treaty tribes for many years. Also in 1850, California passed the Act for the Government and Protection of Indians. This act, ostensibly to help Indians, was actually meant to further oppress and subjugate. Provisions of the act included the following. Non-Indians and Indians could make complaints before a justice of the peace, and I quote, "However, in no case shall a white man be convicted of any offense upon testimony of an Indian." Can you imagine how someone felt during that time? When somebody came in and didn't know who he was, some white guy, and lied and said that the land that this native person was on was his land, which was his water. So the Indian, understanding that if he goes to the justice of the peace, they can get some relief, hopefully. But to go in front of the justice of the peace, and he finds out that his testimony doesn't mean anything. It's against the law for he to testify as a witness to a crime committed upon he and his family. In other words, if a non-Indian were to commit a crime such as murder, rape, or theft, the only witness were Indians, then no conviction would be possible. I can't tell you how many times I felt, how did that person feel? How did they feel? Maybe walking into the courthouse with some kind of hope, and then having to walk out with nothing that he understood of, except maybe his spiritual understanding. Curtailed Indian land rights, like settlers stealing land and Indian homes, who lied about it and got away with it due to the fact that local agents and sheriffs supported and also engaged in the same type of thievery. Allowed non-Indians to obtain Indian children by going before the justice of the peace and securing a certificate which allowed them to have care, custody, control, and earnings of these children. In other words, this act opened the door to involuntary servitude of Indians, both children and adults, a form of slavery in a non-slave state. Hello. Early flyers advertising free California real estate for homesteading also advertised free Indian labor. The state's first bond measure here in California for $400,000 provided guns, ammo for the state's voluntary militia, as well as a bounty rewards for body parts or a dead Indian as proof of kill. By some estimates, California spent over $1 million killing Indians. The discovery of gold in Mendocino County in 1850 led to the onslaught of hungry immigrants and foreign criminals seeking riches. The Europeans fled a class system of rule by the church, monarchies, and feudal lords, but created another class system based on race, religion, and wealth. Christian churches added to the belief that wealth was only given to the deserving by God. The undeserving, always Indians, according to the Calvinistic faith, were fated to be poor and enslaved. Historians believe the major cause of depopulation in California Indians was the result of death by diseases, which we had no immunity. There were periodic epidemics of smallpox and measles right here in this county, in San Diego County. In addition, Indian mortality came from starvation caused by a loss of land and being deprived of natural food resources, as well as the breakdown of our religious, social, governmental foundations and institutions, and of course, genocide. The Indian population estimated to be 300,000 to several million statewide prior to European invasion plummeted in San Diego to 3,000 in 1770 to 800 in 1910. Where did they all go? Some people would ask that question. Where did they go? You may have heard of the saying that in Indian country that the white man broke every treaty he made, and it's true, and speaks of how the dominating culture felt about tribal sovereignty and the total lack of integrity and humanity exhibited when it came to Indians, our people. The usual cause of treaty breaking was a conflict over economic expansion and appropriation of natural resources sought by European immigrants and their elected officials who desired to generate wealth through population growth and commerce. One local example is the Lake Kumeyaay, right here in our county, that reservoir. Also built on Kumeyaay land, and El Capitan Grande, the original reservation home of the Viejas and Barona bands of Kumeyaay and Mission Indians. So here's the context. San Diego experienced a drought in the 1900s. The city, which also needed more water for its expanding immigrant population, decided land on the El Capitan Reservation was the perfect location to capture and store water for the San Diego River. Only one problem. The proposed site was on Kumeyaay Reservation land. City leaders and water officials sought federal authority to confiscate the land, which was granted in 1919. The El Capitan Act, which was passed by Congress over the opposition of Indians, transferred our water rights and land to the city of San Diego in exchange for resettlement elsewhere as a payment of $362,000 by the city. The initial act covered only the relocation of people and livestock in the reservoir flood zone, but later was extended to much of the watershed above the El Capitan flood zone, forcing removal of my village, Los Conejos, above the water line in order to protect water quality. They figured we were going to dirty all the water. What they really wanted was more land. When Congress, supposedly protectors of tribal sovereignty and reservations, sided with the city, our land was flooded, burying an entire village, church, school, homes underwater. Our people dug up the cemetery and placed the remains of families and ancestors in tin cans before evacuating so that they might rebury them. The tribal tradition that we never leave our deceased family and ancestors discarded or forgotten, but rather keep them near and honored. For 80 years, we've been honoring the remains of those people that were dug up from El Capitan Indian Reservation. With the nominal amount of money we were reimbursed for the El Capitan giveaway, Kumeyaay clans bought land adjacent to the original reservation, the people who chose to move to Barona Reservation were a little bit better off than us. They found land with homes supplied for them adjacent to our homeland to buy immediately. Those of us who formed Viejas were not so fortunate. It was only the goodwill of Mr. Baron, owner of a horse ranch in Alpine, that we were able to acquire the Baron land that became the Viejas Reservation. This came after a battle with locals in Alpine who didn't want, and I quote, dirty, thieving, uncivilized Indians living in their community, unquote. When we moved to the ranch, there wasn't enough housing or water or access to food. And these conditions, along with the trauma and reality of being forced from their homes, caused early death of many Viejas elders. I remember looking at the records when I was first elected chairman in 1983. It was so sad to see all these older people dying. And looking previously, how many older people were dying? Not a whole lot of them, few of them. But then when we moved to Viejas, a whole bunch of people, older people died. The people of Alpine condemned us for being poor, outcast and marginalized citizens. The irony is, the actions of the colonizers created the very situations and disinformation of Indians' context that forced us to live a life shaped by their greed and propaganda. Indians didn't graduate from county high schools until after the 1950s because teachers thought us too dumb to invest in. Now we honor our students for every educational accomplishment, including new records of high school and college graduations. We today, for a very small tribe, have 17 students attending colleges and universities as I speak. As late as the 1950s, Alpine schools segregated water fountains and restrooms. One for Indians and one for white people. My cousin, former chairwoman Daisy Welch, used to laugh about the fact that the Indian restrooms were clean, while the others were filthy. As a kindergartner, I remember going to school when we had different restrooms, different water fountains. It was verboten for us to drink out of the water fountain that a white man drank out of, or a white kid. The list of real grievances also included theft of 9 million acres of land set aside for California Indians. Starving and marginalizing Indians by stealing valuable resources was a given. I'm going to give you an overview of California's ethnic cleansing of Indians so that you can understand why the trauma of that time continues to be passed from one generation to the next. This added insult to our psychics and the continued racism and negative stereotypes that have never been challenged is an almost unbearable test of human resilience. When historians claim that California tribes suffered the most from European rule, they're correct. You can find in grisly detail every act of murder against 3 or more Indians cataloged by author Benjamin Madley in his book, An American Genocide. Any of you working on Indian reservations need to read that book here in California, what happened. So you can be more sensitive, you understand where much of our trauma comes from. He has posted a chart detailing every act on the internet and also anyone who's interested. What is different about Madley's book are the personal details of each of the murders. It's really hard reading. I cried when I read this book, and it took me about a year to get through it. It was so painful. If I wasn't advanced in age and had a little bit more wisdom, I probably would have went on the warpath. The tally is relentlessly grim. A whole settlement wiped out in Trinity County, excepting a few children. An Indian girl raped and left to die somewhere near Mendocino. As many as 50 killed at Goose Lake, and 2 months later, as many as 257 murdered at Grouse Creek, scores of them women and children. There were the 4 white ranchers who tracked down a band of Yana to a cave, butchering 30. In the cave with the meat were some Indian children, reported a Chronicle publisher, published later. One of the whites could not bear to kill these children with his .56 caliber Spencer rifle. It tore them up so bad, so he did it with a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver. I remember reading that there was $5 paid for heads, 25 cents paid for a scalp. And you could turn those into the state and you would get your money. And the federal government would reimburse the state for that. Then they started saying that they could use hands. As being a former military person, I know what all this stuff means. I know what a .50 caliber bullet means and what it can do to a human being. What probably happened was they shot some Indian and the whole body just exploded. So they went around and got the hands. Because maybe there wasn't a scalp and there wasn't a head or a face. But there were hands that could turn in and make money. There have been books written about systematic slaughter of California Indians, but none as gruesomely thorough as Benjamin Madley's, from which the above accounts came. He estimated that between 9,000 and 16,000 Indians, though probably many more, were killed by vigilantes, state militiamen, and federal soldiers between 1846 and 1873 in what he calls an organized destruction of the state's largely peaceful indigenous people. I calculated the death toll using conservative estimates, Madley explained. I did not want to be accused of exaggeration. His book shows that the intent to rid California of its indigenous inhabitants was openly and repeatedly voiced, and that the means to achieve these ends were unambiguously brutal: mass deportations, slavery, massacres. He argues that what happened to California Indians, according to most widely accepted definition of genocide, not all that different from what happened to the Jews, Armenians, and Rwandans. The debate over genocide in Native American history often turns to California, where the Native population fell dramatically from about 150,000 to 30,000 in the middle decades of the 19th century. It has since rebounded, so that California has the largest Native population in the United States today, with over 723,000 Indians, including many who belong to the state's 110 federally recognized tribes. The state is a microcosm of Indian country, and it is there, many believe, that manifest destiny culminated in the only way possible, with historians Robert Hine and John Farquhar calling it, and I quote, the clearest case of genocide in the history of the American frontier. Madley had grown up around Indians. His father had been a psychotherapist on the California-Oregon border, working with the Kuruks people there. So he knew that California Indians did not wear war bonnets and that they were the regalia of the Plains tribes. He spent the next decade trying to compile a record of every single act of deadly violence perpetrated against Native Americans, people of California during the gold rush and its aftermath. Although the resources were scattered, they were plainly available in state and federal archives, as well as in university libraries from Berkeley, California to Hanover, New Hampshire. There was no attempt to conceal what was done to Indians of California. A massacre, a lynching, and a whole killing campaign. These things were hidden in plain sight. Madley found that the murders acted under the sanction of the state and the federal government. Feelings of racial superiority were deployed to justify the killings. Greed supplied the sense of urgency. California statehood in 1850 came 2 years after the discovery of gold. This was also a decade when the slaughter reached a crescendo. 300,000 came seeking gold. It happened that many of the gold fields in Northern California lay in the ancestral lands of, like the Kuruk, Wintu, and Miwok, all of which remain in California, diminished survivors of an unwholesome act. It was widely held belief in 19th century California that all of the Indians had to be exterminated, reported the Daily Alta California. Whites are becoming, and I quote, whites are becoming impressed with the belief that it will be absolutely necessary to exterminate the savages before they can labor much longer in the mines with security. They went to work in the mines for security so they wouldn't be murdered. The killing of Indians was performed for reasons that seem today pathetically feeble. Madley describes how one vigilante gang called the California Blades set about destroying the Nisenan villages over several missing mules. The United States Army often participated in mass killing, making Capitol Hill complicit in what was happening in the gold fields of the Sierra Nevada and elsewhere in California. In the winter of 1849, Indians wanted freedom, killed Andrew Kelsey and Charles Stone, two slavers of what is today Lake County. In revenge, federal infantry and cavalry detachments attacked a village at Clear Lake. On May 15, 1850, they poured destructive fire indiscriminately upon men, women, and children. According to one account, as many as 800 members of the Pomo tribe were killed at what has become known today as Bloody Island. It took them 4 or 5 days, 4 or 5 days to gather up the dead, one survivor remembered. A village of Yokayas on the Russian River was attacked by United States troops just days later in what their commander deemed, and I quote, a perfect slaughtering pen, unquote. Ukiah casualties may have been as high as 100. United States troops lost no men, though 2 suffered wounds. Much of the slaughter was carried out by the state's militia, which enjoyed financial support from both Sacramento and Washington, D.C. In Round Valley, north of San Francisco, the Eel River Rangers were so prolific in their murder of the Yuki that even some white observers became alarmed. And I quote, "The killing of Indians is a daily occurrence," reported California's head of Indian Affairs. And again I quote, if some means be not speedily devised by which the unauthorized expeditions that are constantly out in search of them can be restrained, they will soon be exterminated. Whole tribal nations were exterminated. One of the killers sent a bill to California for $11,143, worth $350,000 today. The state paid it nearly in full. Madley notes that the $1.5 million in $48 million today that the California spent 24 different Indian killing militia campaigns between 1850 and 1861. Congress paid the state back all but $200,000. There was good money to be made in California after the gold rush. The gold rush and the years that followed may have marked the bloodiest period of white Indian relations, but there was plenty of cruelty before and after. Mexicans ceded control of California to the United States in 1846, which is why Madley begins an American genocide in that year and ends it in 1873 with the Modoc War, which concluded with 4 Modoc leaders hanged, beheaded, their heads sent to the Army Medical Museum in Washington, D.C. But that hardly meant the suffering was over for Indians. In California and elsewhere in the United States, reservations were established in the 19th century, and the conditions were so brutal, Adolf Hitler is said to have used them in part as a blueprint for his final solution. On the Round Valley Reservation, Native Americans were getting only between 160 and 390 calories a day from federal officials as part of what Madley calls institutionalized starvation conditions. 80 years later, the daily ration for prisoners of Auschwitz was 1,300 calories. Madley concludes an American genocide with a discussion of place names, which he says raised awkward questions. He went on to say, if we spurned the names of Robert E. Lee, why do we accept that of John C. Fremont? Don't red lives matter as much as black ones? If we call it genocide, then something has to be done, he said. We have to speak about it. We need to remember it. We need to memorialize it. And we need to teach it. This is what Madley argued. I would add one more thing. We need to feel it. We need to feel it. And that's why your empathetic training is so, so important. Why is something so ugly important? Why don't we just put it behind us? Save the agony. Because Indians can't forget it. And the resulting impact is one of the reasons American Indians score higher than any other group on the 10 risk factors of ACEs. Adverse childhood experiences. I assume most of you probably know about that, being with Tamara, so you won't let you forget it. So what is ACEs? In case you aren't familiar with the study, ACEs are potentially traumatic events that occur in childhood up to 0 to 18 years. For example, experiencing violence, abuse, or neglect, witnessing violence in the home or community, having a family member attempt or die by suicide. Also included are aspects of the child's environment that can undermine their sense of safety, stability, and bonding, such as growing up in a household with substance use problems, mental health problems, instability due to parental separation, household members being in jail and prison, incarcerated. Please note, the examples above are not complete list of adverse experiences. Many other traumatic experiences could impact health and well-being. ACEs can have lasting negative effects on health, well-being, as well as life opportunities such as education and job potential. These experiences can increase the risks of injury, sexually transmitted infections, maternal and child health problems, including teen pregnancy, and their complications, and fetal death involving in sex trafficking and murdered indigenous women. Leading causes of death such as cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and suicide. I know this firsthand because I lost my wife last year because of breast cancer, who grew up with a lot of childhood trauma. ACEs and associated social detriments of health, such as living in under-resourced and radically separated neighborhoods and Indian reservations, frequently moving and experiencing food insecurity, can cause toxic stress. This is extended or prolonged stress. Toxic stress from ACEs can negatively affect children's brain development, immune systems, and stress response systems, And these changes can affect the child's attention, decision-making, and learning. But I want to say here, too, that our brains, the child's brain, is highly malleable. This can be changed with unconditional love. Unconditionally love yourself first, then you'll be able to unconditionally love the families that you're going to be dealing with. Growing up with toxic stress may have difficulty among healthy and stable relationships. They may also have unstable work histories as adults and struggle with finances, jobs, and depression throughout life. These effects can also be passed on to their own children. Some children may face further exposure of toxic stress from historical and ongoing traumas due to systematic racism or the impacts of poverty resulting from limited educational and economic opportunities, like what is happening in some of our public school systems. For example, Valley Center High School District in northern San Diego County, and Viejas, where this bullying is starting to raise its ugly head again. When I went to school 71 years ago, where they're calling our kids sand niggers, indigenous dirt, derogatory statements about kids' sexual orientation. On my reservation, we don't put kids through that of making remarks of their sexual orientation. They are accepted. So let me repeat. Some children may face further exposure to toxic stress from historical and ongoing traumas due to systematic racism and the impacts of poverty resulting from limited education, safety, and economic opportunities. If nothing else from today, I want you to remember this sentence as an apt description of contemporary American Indians. California Indians were not poor until Europeans came. Our poverty, our public curses, ignorance, and drunkenness was imposed on us. Finally, I would like to point out some of the obstacles in learning to trust of American Indians that you face as future social workers. The buy-in or Stockholm syndrome, which is identifying with your abductors as in criminal kidnapping. Native people have had our identities kidnapped so much it's hard to know who we are. Many American Indians have unconsciously adopted the ugly stereotypes of themselves. We are failures. We're not too bright, not capable of competing or flourishing in American society. It's always our fault when something goes wrong. We are nothing but drunks and troublemakers. After all the years and support of the government, we still can't get it right. Indians cannot and will not get along or agree on anything regardless of its importance. We are self-destructive, as one Indian said about himself to another. In a cruel exchange of fate, Indians have taken on the worst the Europeans the Europeans claimed about indigenous people as part of our self-worth and identity. When there's the trust issue, why, I ask, would we trust or like non-Indians? Non-Indians are often surprised and hurt to find out how Indians feel about them. I can't imagine being that ignorant of the country's relationships with Native Americans. But then few, except academics and some Indians know the harsh reality of the American experience as it applies to us. Indians don't like being asked questions in public because they feel that they are being set up to look stupid. And it's because we fear we are stupid. Something we learned in school, something I learned in school. I remember as a child growing up, I think maybe I was in the 4th grade, and it occurred to me that in my 4th grade class, I was no longer the dumbest kid in the classroom. I was second to the dumbest. Just to think about what my understanding was then and my resilience, I came home to my mom terribly excited. Mom, guess what? I'm not the dumbest in the class anymore. David Beach is. To me, that was the greatest victory. It just filled my self-esteem. I haven't changed since then. Then there's the trust issue. Why, I ask, would we trust or like non-Indians? Non-Indians are often surprised and hurt to find out how. We are sometimes unique to the world and a bit of an American oxymoron. Indians, according to American courts, are dependent sovereigns. We are sovereign, and sometimes we aren't. An example is the removal of the Cherokees from the southern lands to Oklahoma by President Andrew Jackson. It's a tragic story, well told in the book, The Trail of Tears. The Supreme Court sided with the Cherokees and said the state of Georgia has no right to encroach on the land of the Cherokee. President Andrew Jackson, siding with the citizens of Georgia, said John Marshall made the decision, let him enforce the non-encroachment of Georgians. And President Andrew Jackson then forcefully removed the Cherokees to Oklahoma. There are probably close to 1,000 tribal nations prior to foreign invasion of tribal lands. Americans still can't get how there can be 500 plus registered tribal nations as part of one nation of America. The other hard pill to swallow for Americans is that the courts have declared as a sovereign tribal nation with multiple clans, a tribal government's authority exceeds or is at least equal to that of a state. The evidence is in plain sight when you look at the case of the United States Constitution, Article 5, Section 8, and United States Supreme Court case, Cherokee versus Georgia. Tell that to the early Californians. Unfortunately, this is a very little known act, although the tribes and the courts are constantly refining where state authority versus tribal authority begins and ends. I didn't know this myself until California Indian gaming casino wars in the late 1990s to 2008. Sadly, California Office of Attorney General, the governor, the state legislature, and local governments weren't aware of this fact either. As dependent, sovereign tribal governments recognized by the United States have all the rights of state government and some of the federal government's authority over such things as citizenship. What makes us dependent is that the United States Congress and the President alone have the power to restrict or advance sovereignty on reservations. The courts may interpret which may affect outcomes, but they don't set policy for tribal nations. If the United States Congress and the President alone can restrict our sovereignty, I am so grateful that Donald Trump did not get elected president. And I'm telling you, if he does, we're in trouble. Naively, I once believed that the courts to be objective and fair to the tribes. That was until our attorneys enlightened us. And I began to experience the sovereignty experiment in real time. Congress has limited sovereignty by denying tribal nations the authority to make treaties with foreign powers or declare war. Indian law is considered the most complex, not only in America, but the world. In a grab bag of wins and losses, a big difference for tribal rights came when the government funded attorneys to represent us and establish tribal courts. This, along with the tribal police on reservations, allowed California tribes to finally have some authority over our reservations and handle our own internal legal issues. So why is sovereignty important for dealing with American Indian clients? I suppose because it's seen by Indians as the Holy Grail, the avenue for Indians to recapture our freedom and self-reliance. And because when dealing with Indians or tribes, the psychic wounds come from loss of freedom and self-sufficiency. The bottom line is, if you are going to be dealing with American Indians in your career, you should get to know our real history, not the European version. Understand the causes of trauma on reservations and have a long conversation with American Indian colleague, tribal elder, or youth about the past and the future. I hope this helps, and I wish you all the best. The world desperately needs people trained in empathy. Social workers free of prejudice based on poverty, color, creed, or sex and history can make a real difference on reservations. Our past has been full of unspeakable atrocities. But I'm telling you, I am going to see some real goodness and spiritual understanding before I die. I've seen it start to happen. I mean, we planted the seed about 35 years ago. But in the last 10 years, I can see it coming. We are all going to be proud. This gathering right here this afternoon is evidence of it. Doesn't matter what color we are right now, we're all in love. That's why today is a spiritual experience for us. We don't have to go home like I used to do and then process it to figure out, hey, that's what happened, I guess. But now I know. I'm so glad that you're here. This is going to get more and more encouraging as we move along. And it happens because of you. It's happening because of you. It's happening because of you. It's happening because of you. Because of your courage, your determination, and your resilience. Thank you. I have the great pleasure. Okay. We are? Okay, we're on. I have a great pleasure to introduce to you a Navajo elder, a man who's highly educated, highly disciplined, a man who loves me and loves you, he doesn't have to know you, because that's where he comes from. He comes from a long lineage of Dene people. He's a holy man. He's a holy man. Took me a while to figure that out. I don't know if he was trying to get over on me or what, but what I found out is that he is the most beautiful man I had ever met. And you're going to find out also. Mr. Kenneth G. White, Jr. of the Dene Nation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Any room with social workers is the best room in the world. My wife and I, we came from Flagstaff, Arizona this morning. We got up at 3 o'clock in the morning, drove to Phoenix, got on the plane, and got over here. I wouldn't miss this for anything. Tamara told me to tell you that they're going to do the bird singers, and they're going to have a, what else?
So we've got Soaring Eagles dancers and food, and we're a bit behind, Ken. We're so sorry. If it's all right if we have your talk after we eat.
Yeah, whatever works out is fine with me. So we're going to have an occasion, and I just wanted to say hello to you, then I'll continue my remarks after. I just want to say hello. Thank you.
First, we need to figure this out. Well, I'll get the camera going.
You know, we need a lot of social workers to help our people to gravitate towards a better, healthy lifestyle and thinking that they need in their life. So I'm here. I'm from Standing Rock, North Dakota. If nobody doesn't know that, I've been here for a long time. And I'm a teacher and instructor for these dancers over here. Started out as Soaring Eagles, and now we also divided into another dance group called the Star Dancers. So we represent both groups here. One is with the community, and the other one's with the Indian Education Program. So we're going to entertain you with some stories, the dance styles, and where they come from, and how they originated. So if you have some time on your hands, you know, enjoy your dinner. And I'd like to offer a short prayer before we do this thing. So just don't move, anybody, just stay right where you are. I'm just gonna offer a prayer to our Creator. And we have all these offerings in front of us here, so. Creator, wakanta kanta kashila, grandfather, we thank you for allowing us to come here to be part of this group. And to present our culture and sharing that we do today. And we ask that you bless these children, Creator, and all these other children that are around here, that we may continue to our teachings, our upbringings in a good way. We thank you, Creator, for the elders that are here, that they may teach the younger ones the respect, their traditional ways, and the social workers and all these young ones here that are growing up and going their individual ways in the educational field, and their ways of teaching the younger generations here. We thank you, all the parents here, for bringing the children here. Aho mitake yase. We thank the drum over here, Green River. We thank Richard and Reginald for being here to provide us some good songs. All right. So our first one, what we're going to do here is do a grand entry time. And then we're going to go into some individual category dancing. Grand entry. All right. If Tomas can come up here. We have a young man here that's gonna tell his story of the style of dancing that he does. So he's got a story of where this dance comes from and how it originates.
The dance, me and my friend over there, Thunder, do is called the Prairie Chicken style dance, and like all the other dances has an origin story, not just for the dance but for the regalia too. Today I'm gonna be talking about the origin story of the alder and why I wear it, and so, well, this is just one of the many stories of the many traditions passed on about it. But for the co-creation story, one of the tribes that I'm from, it goes that long ago the world was just water, all just water, and only a small strip of land. All the life on the earth was just the animals that could fly and the ones that could swim. The story goes that the creator wanted to create more life, and like humans and other species, and so the animals, they tried to bring land. The only place where they could go though was the bottom of the ocean or water that was there. So as time went by, each of the animals attempted to go and get the land. Many of them failed and came up, and eventually the alder went down and just nearly made it in the land and came up, but sadly he perished on the way up. But what happened was that they found like different land and mud inside of his fur and in his paws, and creator used that to create the land that we have today and create more life. And so yeah, that's the story of why I wear this alder today and why we honor it. And so now me and my friend Thunder are gonna do the dance style. Thank you.
So you notice their movements. Have you ever seen the prairie chicken out on the prairies, or they call them the grouse?
Yeah.
During their mating season, that's what they do. they flutter their wings and they stamp their feet as they go around in a circle like that, trying to find the best mate that they can. So these boys are doing a good job. So our next two dancers. This one's, you know, every tribe, every group from each region has their own traditional dancers. You know, it's the first style of dancing that they come up with. You know, in their celebrations or their festivals and powwows. And so these two are from the northern dance styles. That's what they're going to do here. Every region has their own. They got the southern style and the eastern style and the western style. So they're all different and from whatever region. So these are from the northern prairies. So we got two dancers here that are gonna do it's one of the oldest dance styles in North America. So, Matwa, raise your hand. He's been with us for a couple of years now, and he's been dancing Northern Traditional, and so during the pandemic, we all took a break. And Gio, he's the younger one here. This past Saturday was his first powwow, first time dancing. And you see the look of enthusiasm on his face. I know he enjoys it. I know he enjoys it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be out there. So we're providing all these, encouragement for these young dancers to come out there. So I'm very proud of these boys and all these dancers here. And so we have one young girl here. She's going to do the fancy shawl dance, is what they call it. But the original name for this was the butterfly dance. And this originated with a story that this young lady had, one early morning she come out to gather water for her family. And she walked down to the creek side where they lived beside the creek there. and to gather some water. So as she was there, she heard some noise that coming across the creek there, and she looked up and she saw a group of men and boys walking by, and so they noticed her and they yelled out greetings for her, and you know, as our tribal traditions have it, that we all invite people to come over whenever they're nearby. So they come over and talk with her, and in that group was a young man about her age, of like 14, and so they introduced themselves, and she invited them back to her village where they can have breakfast with the rest of the village there. So they all came back, and the young boy and the young girl got to be friends, and so they got to talking, and they became friends during the time over there, and finally the rest of the group says, well, we got to be on our way. You know, our village is waiting for us to, you know, go hunting and get food back to their village. So they decided to all leave after their breakfast was done. So she escorted them back to the creekside where they had met, and she told her young friend there, you know, maybe you'll come back and visit sometime. And the young man said, well, I'll be back soon. So. And the young lady said, well, I'll wait for you right here when you come back. And so she waited there, and she waited, and years, and a couple of months went by, and a couple of years, and she would go back over there and wait for them and see if they would, her young friend would come back. A couple of years went by, and finally they came back, and she heard them walking across the creek over there. And the young man, he come, you know, walking through there, noticed the area, said, hey, seems like I've been in this area before. You know, I recognize this place. And the young lady across the creek, she heard his voice and she recognized him. And so when she recognized him, she jumped off the rock where she was sitting on, wrapped up in the blanket, and she's so happy, and she just jumped for joy and started dancing around, opened her blanket and spinning around, and so she invited them back to the village again. And so when they all got back to the village, she had to tell the story of her friends. Her friend had come back, and she was all excited about that. So then she had to show what she did, you know, dancing around with the blanket and her shawl, and the other people in the village, oh, look, she's dancing like a butterfly. You know, she danced just like a butterfly, all spinning around and open her shawl. So they called that a butterfly dance. But eventually, as years went by, you know, they changed the name of this dance because of the shawl. They changed material, and they changed the steps, and more complicated steps, more fancy. So the material had changed, and now it's every shawl that you see is a beautiful design on it, different colors, and so they changed it to fancy shawl dance. So this young lady, Sheena Shaw, will do this dance style for you. So this next group here, there's some beautiful young dancers, and I know a couple of them are kind of shy, so maybe the parents would have to join them out there to bring them out into the circle. So this style is called a jingle dress style. And the way this came about is kind of a sad story, but it does end with a good spiritual meaning behind it. There was this young man, when he was a young boy, he was in his village, and every night he started having these dreams of these two spirits would come to him. Today we call them angels, but two spirits would come to him, and they would show him how to make a dress. And on this dress, he would show him these cones that he was supposed to put on these dresses. And he couldn't understand the dream. So as he was growing up, he forgot about the dream. But the spirits had told him, when you're growing up and starting to have your own family, one of your children is going to be sick. But he couldn't understand that. So he got older, and then these dreams started coming back to him again. When he met his wife and started having a family of his own, and these dreams had a powerful effect on him. So he went to his mother and told his mother about these dreams, that he was supposed to make this dress. So his mother decided to go to the medicine man in the village and told him about it. So let's get all the women together, and we'll make this dress for him. And so all the women got together, and they made all these dresses for them. And the medicine man says, well, we have to have a ceremony to heal your sick daughter. So you bring her out to the circle, and we'll have some songs. So the young man, he brought his daughter out to the middle of the arena, and he started. He laid her down on the grass on the blanket, and he started the song, and all these jingle dancers would come out, and they all formed a circle, and they started dancing. And the jingles are said to attract the attention of the healing spirits, to call them in and to heal whoever is being requested for this healing. So as they're dancing, you notice that the young girl on the blanket sitting up, she started to sit up. And then towards the end of the song, she had gotten up and was dancing with the rest of the women in the village. And from that time on, she was healed. And so from that time on, they call this the healing dance, with the healing songs, and they all have different words to it. But when these jingle dancers come out, they come out as a special request for somebody who's ill and needs healing. So, and I always ask the public too, if you have somebody that's in need of healing, think of them and say a little prayer while these girls are dancing out here, and it'll help with the healing in our community and your families. So these girls will do this healing dance for you. like to say thank you to Katerina first. You know, raise your hand. So she's been with us for a few years now. I think when she was like 3, and we are going to miss her because her family is moving to Pennsylvania, and I hope to buy her warm winter coat. So she's going to be really missed out here. She's been dancing with us for many years now, and so we're going to miss her. And then there's Sammy. And she's been with us since she, when she was as young as small as this little girl here. I don't know this little girl's name, but I encourage all these girls to keep on dancing, and eventually the other 2 girls will come out and not be so shy like Sammy was when she started. But I'd like to thank these girls with all my heart. They are special dancers here. All right. And we are going to do a round dance. So all these dancers will come out, and if you have the urge to come out and do some sidestepping in the round dance, you're welcome to it. Anybody? Raise your hand. Come on out. There you go. Proud mama right there. All right.
Call you out by name. Hey.
All you,
we're up.
All you brave people, come on out.
We weren't at powwow and I didn't get to see them and they got so big. All right, we are ready now for Mr. Ken White Jr. to give us his talk, so we'll step back inside. There's some waters now. We've got some waters, drinks over there at the table, and we'll see you inside.
Yes. Rizzo, come on, baby.
Okay, thank you for coming back. I get to reintroduce my mentor, my friend, my go-to guy. He has helped me so much. And one of the things I'll just mention now is that I read the prophecy of Crazy Horse, 40 years ago. And then I read it, I think Kenneth told me about it again, so I decided to revisit that. And I had just a real connection with that. And I talked to him about it. It might have been even on the phone. And I don't remember how this happened. But anyway, he told me, I told him I had a connection with Crazy Horse in the prophecy. Because I looked at it, and it was just so amazing to me because it was so much in depth. It was only 7 sentences long. And I'm telling you, it must be divinely inspired because read it. Go on Google. Go on Google, Crazy Horse, it's prophecy. And so I asked him, what should I do with that? And he told me to pray. He said, pray on that. Keep praying on it and keep praying on it. And so I did. And then what happened was that I read it, and then I could understand the love that Crazy Horse was trying to communicate to me. Because he talks about light. And if you interchange the word light with love, it fits. It fits right in. And then I understood Crazy Horse to be a great, not only, well, they said he was this great warrior. I'm sure he was. He was like Wyatt Earp, but I don't think he ever got wounded. And it was just, my connection with Crazy Horse was just amazing. And that's just one of the things that he's brought to me. He's brought so much wisdom to me. And so I'd like to reintroduce to you such a very beautiful, beautiful man. And get a chance to talk to him, you'll find out what I have, and that he is he's a holy man. That's why I had to introduce him, because I know that he was not going to say that about himself. But it's my pleasure to introduce my mentor, my go-to guy, one of my best friends in the whole world, Mr. Kenneth G. White, Jr., one of our leaders within the Warrior Spirit family.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here. And it's probably a good time for us all to renew ourselves for indigenous social work. And I just want to say, introduce myself in Navajo the proper way. She'eya Kenneth G. White Jr. and She Sanji Kenneth and Shlon. Totsoni Bashish Chin Clash G. Ada Shachi. And I prepared all this here, but I was watching these little babies. Oh boy, that's us. That's our generation. And I retired a couple years ago. I just sit in my office and write and watch the birds and the squirrels and the chipmunks and all the animals in our forest come around our house during the day. But I have to read this. I'm going to go off script here. It's for these little babies here. It's called Our Dear Children. What do our dear children mean to me? They are our future generation. They are our hopes and dreams. They are our destiny. That is what our dear children mean to me. What do our dear children mean to me? They will carry on the clanship, the language, the history. They are our future leaders. They are blessed and born with balance and harmony. That's what our dear children mean to me. What do our dear children mean to me? They are innocent in this racist society. They will heal trauma. They are our remedy. That is what our dear children mean to me. What do our dear children mean to me? See that little one sitting right at their desk? That child may be the next president of our tribe during our time of need. That is what our dear children mean to me. Look at their beautiful smiles, enjoy their laughter, be their friend, confidant, and mentor. They are filled with love, God-given gifts, and spirituality. That is what our dear children mean to me. Just like Martin Luther King, Annie Juanica, John F. Kennedy, one of our children is going to make history. That is what our dear children mean to me. Like Manuelito, Barboncito, White Shell Woman, and our deities, these dear children are our protectors, our indigenous legacy. That's what our dear children mean to me. My dear dad used to say, there are two things no one can ever take away from you: your education and your personal relationship with God. As a child, dear God, let me achieve this prophecy. That's what our dear children mean to me. Hold them close to your heart. Our dear children and God are only a prayer apart. Give them all your love to the highest degree. That is what our dear children mean to me. Do not judge them, love them. Do not scold them, teach them. Each one is unique and one of a kind, happy, innocent, healthy, and free. That is what our dear children mean to me. They deserve every opportunity. They want you to listen to them. They will surprise you with the truth. Oh, how insightful a child can be. That is what our dear children mean to me. Love me for who I am, not for what you think me to be. Love me like my ancestors and elders who are praying for me eternally. That is what our dear children mean to me. Dear teacher, did you know you are the only sober person saving me from strife? Alcohol, drugs at home are a cruel way of life. I feel safe here at school with just you and me. That is what our dear children mean to me. Look around you at reality. 70,000 dear innocent children are in cages. 70,000 dear innocent children are in cages today, taken from their mom and dad. It breaks my heart. I shed tears and pray for them to be free. That is what our children mean to me. Love me, hold me, keep that alcohol and drugs far away from me. Teach me about Creator, how to pray, and I will be okay. Connect me to God Almighty, please. That is what our dear children mean to me. I may be adopted, have no parents, or come from a broken home, but if you love me, I will not be alone. I am crying out to you. I just need a hand to hold and sincere empathy. That is what our dear children mean to me. I may live among trauma, addiction, and poverty, but if you give me a chance, I will succeed. Just give me a chance unconditionally. That is what our dear children mean to me. You see, children are the greatest gift from God Almighty. No matter their background or ethnicity, they are more precious than all the world's silver, gold, material goods, and money. They are priceless human treasures. That is what our dear children mean to me. My dear child, may every fiber of your being be protected from any danger, harm, evil, or sickness. May you reach your full potential beyond eternity. That is what our dear children mean to me. She'aware our dear children, our dear children, our dear children, our dear children. That is what our children mean to me. And when I say that for these little babies right here. Now I'm going to transition and go to this PowerPoint here. But before we start here, I want to say a little prayer here in the right way that we begin these kind of honorable occasions. So just bear along with me right here. Dear Creator, come to you this afternoon on this beautiful day in San Diego. We stand here on Kumeyaay land here. We acknowledge the ancestors and the elders that lived on this land for thousands of years. We bring all the elements together here in this room. We bring the animal world, our plant world, our Father Sun, our Mother Earth, our ocean, our way of life here as indigenous people. The great Kumeyaay ancestors and elders that brought us forth to today. We honor them, we acknowledge them, we love them. We can try to do something to carry on their wishes and their desires and their legacy for our people, not for ourselves, but for our native people. So make a way for us, dear God. Make a way for us. And all these kind-hearted people here in this room, interested in this field of social work, the compassion, the empathy they love, the love they have to be a social worker, to pursue this education to help the people. You can bless each and every one of them. Their physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, environmental being, their day-to-day studies, their teachers, their family, their extended family, their community. You can bless each one of them, dear God, in a good way, real powerful way here. We can talk from our heart. We can feel the emotion. We can understand ourselves so we can help the people. In this great university here, San Diego State University, you can bless it for being open to hearing what we're going to talk about today. And this fire that was lit this morning, this afternoon, Brother Bobby and put up that altar. That fire has 12 colors according to Navajo legend. Each color is healing. Those colors that burned here a few hours ago, and those colors are going to heal the people here, San Diego, Kumeyaay Nation. That fire is going to be the power for our Kumeyaay Nation here. It's going to evolve into something beautiful, wonderful, powerful, indigenous. That's what we want here today, dear God. Put all our mind and heart together. Put our souls together. Put our commitment, our passion together to do something in the spirit of indigenous social work, how we understand ourselves. You can help us like that, dear God. Call upon your holy name like that. And this little presentation that I want to give it to the people. I'm going to give it to you. It's yours. I want to share it with you. So I just humble myself before your great presence and power, our Creator. I love you so much. I told you to put me in the place you want me to be. And here I am in front of the great San Diego State University School of Social Work, students and faculty. So thank you so much, dear God. And then my final prayer here is God bless my wife, Gloria, for taking care of me every day. In my health condition, she takes care of me really good. I want to acknowledge her here at San Diego State University. Thank you. Thank you, babe. Taking care of me real good. Brought me here today. I'm just going to try my best, dear Creator. Help me say the right thing. Help me convey the message on your behalf. This is your message. It's not my message, dear God. Call upon your holy name like that. Amen. I wanted to say something here. I entitled this presentation called Watering the Planted Seed of Healing through Warrior Spirit Indigenous Wisdom. We had a conference here before at Viejas where about 500 people came. Dr. Pico and the great Kumeyaay leadership, they created that conference in our Warrior Spirit family here. And that's the last time we've been here. And the reason why I said planted seed, that seed of healing has already been planted. It's there already. How do we plant the seed to heal the people? So that's what I wanted to entitle this. Yeah, go for it. This is our home here, Fort Defiance, Arizona. That teepee is my dad's old teepee. We put that teepee up and pray and get the family together. Having prayer meeting tonight at my mom's house. So I'm missing that one. But that's our teepee right there in Fort Defiance, Arizona. Our spiritual home. I learned so many things in that. Grew up in that teepee right there. Go ahead. Let me see the purpose. Usually I have my notes in front of me, but I didn't print it out. The purpose is to define the warrior spirit and indigenous wisdom from a social work perspective, and to motivate social workers, tribes, urban organizations to develop their systems and services from an indigenous perspective. And just to briefly discuss and develop a short and long-range plan among us. Go ahead, sir. This is our home place in White Cone, Arizona. This is looking east. Mom's house is this way. This is the front door looking out, Mom's house. Mary Lou White, spiritual leader, said the prayer that reignited the warrior spirit movement to heal historical trauma in September 2018 in White Cone, Arizona. And so such a blessing with that rainbow shining down on our home place. It's really powerful. Very humble, powerful home place. Mom lives about 12 miles off the regular dirt road. She lives on a dirt road, and when it snows and gets muddy, we can't even go see her because of the weather, the roads. But in this case, the spring is coming. We can get to see Mom more. Okay, go ahead. Now for... Okay, so Mom said the prayer, and she's straight out of White Cone. Okay. Now, this is what we've done. This is our team, not me. This is our team. We started this warrior spirit movement in Gila River Indian community in April 2018. Dr. Pico and Mr. Dennis Alto, that's where I first met them. Then we had the Viejas Band and Kumeyaay Indians Conference in October 18. Then we had the Navajo Nation Conference. Then we had the California Genocide Conference here in San Diego. And now today, Decolonizing Social Work Empowerment Series. So the point is, you're not coming in at a new thing. You're part of the legacy. You're part of the building block. You're part of the movement right now. Okay, this is our team right here. Dr. Pico and Miss Dana Brown with Paces Connection. Of course, everybody knows Tamra. And then Olitha. Olitha gave my wife a beautiful gift here, right about an hour ago. Beautiful gift. Gave me a gift too. And this guy on the left, my My mom calls us men tag-along. You and your dad was a tag-along. You're a tag-along too, Dad. Okay, so there's a tag-along right there. Okay, go ahead. Now, I'm not going to talk about trauma, real detail, but this is one of the best definitions my co-friend author, famous author, Bonnie Duran. This is what she says it is. Trauma is a spiritual injury, a soul sickness, soul wounding, and ancestral hurt. And so I wanted to put that definition out there for your understanding. Go ahead. Now, I'll tell you real quickly, the Lakota people, those Lakotas up in South Dakota, they're very spiritual people, very spiritual. And the connection to Lakota, my dad made friends with these Lakotas when he was younger. And we grew up with some of the Lakota, they're my brothers and sisters, tribal connection with them. So those brothers and sisters with Lakota, they taught me a lot of things. They used to come down to Native American church from Pine Ridge, come and sing with the family. Dad would go up there, haul teepee poles, take medicine. That bond was always there. So when I was younger, I didn't know what it was. I just know Grandpa Joe from South Dakota come and visit us and visit Mom and Dad. But as I got older, I began to look at this crazy horse prophecy, what Dr. Pico had mentioned earlier. And it's very profound. And he says, upon suffering beyond suffering, the red nation shall rise again, and that shall be a blessing for a sick world. A world filled with broken promises, selfishness, and separation. A world longing for light. I see a time of 7 generations when all the colors of mankind will gather under the sacred tree of life, and the whole earth will become one again. In this day, there will be those among the Lakota who will carry knowledge and understanding of unity among all living things, and the young white ones will come to those of my people and ask for this wisdom. I salute the light within you. I salute the light within your eyes, where the whole universe dwells. For when you are at that center within you, and I am in that place within me, we shall be one. We're one right here today. Go ahead. Now, when people talk about the warrior spirit, people get this weird feeling of them and go out and kill somebody and fight somebody and, that decolonized image. But this is the warrior right here. Warriors are not what you think of as warriors. This is from Sitting Bull. The warrior is not someone who fights, because no one has the right to take the life of another. The warrior for us is one who sacrifices himself for the good of others. His task is to take care of the elderly, the defenseless, those who cannot provide for themselves, and above all, the children, the future of humanity. It always goes back to the children, always goes back to the children. So this is, when I talk about warrior spirit, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about caring, love, empathy, compassion, commitment. And those are your values as social workers. I know they're your values. So let me just ask a question. Somebody answer me. What social work value do you have that you just going to yell out, say, this is what I think my value is? What is it? Passion. Love. Come on. The Indian way. There we go. What else? Empathy, integrity. What's that? Resilience, yes, yes. So those are all our values. So when you're social work, blow this up, put it on your wall in your office or in your study room. This is who we are right here. Grandpa told us. This is who we are, Native people. Even though you have different tribe, I'm Navajo, but Grandpa told us, Lakota, respect it. Now, this is my stuff here. We wrote a chapter in the book. We wanted to compare Western knowledge with traditional medicine. My co-author, Tasha Seneca Keys, she's the indigenous author at Utah State University, University of Utah. She's an indigenous psychology professor. So we spent about a couple years writing a chapter in a book. I'll refer to it later. But these are the differences. And the reason why I want to say it to you as social workers, you got to understand the science, but you also got to understand the traditional healing. So I'm just going to compare them. Characteristics of Western knowledge and medicine, traditional knowledge, and healing. Western knowledge is based on science. Traditional healing is based on spirituality. Western science looks from point A to point B, from here to here. And in traditional knowledge, the mindset, the application is circular and holistic. Western knowledge depends on psychology. Tradition depends on the warrior spirit. Western knowledge depends on mental health. Tradition depends on balance and harmony. Western knowledge, evidence-based. Traditional knowledge is unconditionally accepted. Western knowledge is prescribed medication. Traditional knowledge is to prescribe ceremony. Okay, go ahead. Western knowledge is the provider is a professional mental health provider. Traditional knowledge provider is a medicine man or medicine woman. Western knowledge is a money-driven industry. Traditional knowledge is community-driven need and purpose. Western knowledge is evolving mental methods and practices. Traditional knowledge, Kumeyaay, centuries-old generational practices. That's what we have as Indian people. When you're a social worker, you're thinking about, your application, how you're going to apply things to yourself, your job, your studies. Think about this. Think about this distinction, differences, empowerment for yourself. Now, I read Crazy Horse, I read Sitting Bull, I contrasted, so I'm going to read you my stuff. This is the warrior spirit. It says, this is how I really feel. All Native Americans have the warrior spirit within themselves. It is a gift from God Almighty. Some people recognize they have it, some don't. Those that do, male or female, are true warriors in Native society. The warrior spirit is a physical, mental, spiritual state of being and way of life. It unconditionally recognizes, honors, and embraces one's Native American essence, identity, and historical and traditional foundation. The warrior spirit is an intrinsic, all-encompassing, embedded character, behavior, and spiritual way of humbling and empowering oneself through the recognition, awareness, and application of self-respect and the prayers and traditions of our ancestors. The warrior spirit is a universal, unwavering duty and responsibility to meet the needs and ensure the wellness of Native people and Mother Earth as defined by the Great Spirit from beginning of time to today and in the future. The warrior spirit never sleeps or rests. It is always awake, vibrant, ready to take on any new challenge. The warrior spirit is righteous and full of grace and power. The warrior spirit never gives up until the goal is completed. Find, embrace, and celebrate the warrior spirit within you. Indigenous social work. Indigenous social work. That's what I want you to do. Indigenous social work for the people. And here's switching a little bit to decolonization. This nasty word here. You go from the left, these are the characteristics of the good things that we can do to address decolonization. Resilience, pride, positivity, love, truthfulness, strength, culture and language, hope, representation, unity, confidence, coping, opportunity. This is our challenge to address decolonization. Go ahead. Okay, now I'm going to get real specific and just carry along with me about another 5-10 minutes. No, about 10 minutes. The circle. You know, just like I said, that we don't have to go back, and Crazy Horse already done told us what's going to happen. Sitting Bull told us what a warrior is. And this is the 7 grandfathers' teachings. This has been developed for many, many years. And it's applicable internationally throughout the world. The values are wisdom, love, truth, respect, bravery, humility, honesty. And the center of the circle is resilience, self, family, community, elders, society, and healers. Then it's broken up into 4 sections of different mental, intellectual, mind, spiritual, emotional, and physical. But just think of this like this big giant picture. I look at it all the time and I still can't comprehend how powerful and the content of what it means. Every time you look at it, you learn something. Okay, go to the next one. Now, our little team, Dr. Pico and Dana and Tamara and myself and Olitha, we've been having Zoom meetings and talking about developing our own traditional healing circle. What are the values? What do we want in this circle? So somebody take notes here. I'm going to ask you, and we're not going to break up into sessions, just yell it out. What values would you like to see in sustainable community health projects that you have? What education or indigenous health suggestions would you like to throw in the circle? Youth empowerment or cultural exchange? Take 10 minutes to discuss what your core values for each section. So just pretend this is a circle and you want to throw in what you just said. Some of you said good stuff, empathy, passion. Okay, just throw it out. We'll just list them. I'm not going to judge what you say. Just think, okay, what do I want in the circle as an indigenous social worker or to help the profession of social work evolve into a more culturally sensitive model? So look at the right side. Somebody throw out a word or a sentence. Healer. Who's taking notes? Lawyer, can you take notes? Oh, she's recording it. Okay, healer. What else? Prayerful action. I'm going to sit down right here. Go ahead. Come on, you guys are smart. You're smarter than me. Ooh, that's a good one. Anybody else? Okay, a little louder. There you go. There you go. Okay, maybe 3 or 4 more. Come on. I came all the way from Flagstaff. Yeah! There you go. Anything else? Come on. There you go. Non-judgment. That's a good one, too. That's a good one. There you go. Anybody else? See, those are the kind of things. Make yourself think. Make yourself do stuff to understand yourself. Love. Of course, love, yes. Okay, so that's just kind of pick your brain, see what you come up with. We'll fill it in and we'll keep working on it over the next few weeks and try to come up with something good for this area here, for the people. Go ahead. Okay, now this is, I'm gonna talk to you from the heart. Oh shit. Okay, that's the right word. So, okay, this circle, that big circle I showed you, that smaller circle, which is San Diego, this is what I think would be real good for Native people, to create what we call a holistic healing circle. This can be done in the urban area, tribe, Indian center, hospital setting, wherever. And it's to combine Western medicine and traditional healing from an indigenous perspective, to provide a range of services, to truly recognize healing, and to make the service readily available to everybody. Go ahead. Oh, go back. Okay, so this picture, hopefully I don't fall here. This lower section right here, this picture, it starts from the east or the west. It goes to a sweat lodge, traditional dwelling. In this case, for Navajo, it would be a hogan. Whatever Kumeyaay or tribes want to build, they can do that. Then a teepee ground, then a shade house, and a fire pit, that circle. And then outside the circle is a community garden, a meeting room, kitchen, and bathroom, shower facility, and a campground. And this can be independent here, but you could also have a behavioral health facility built adjacent to it. And in this case, it would be traditional healing on the left and professional scientific behavioral health counseling on the right. So that's sort of my dream. I've been through social work, and I'm retired when I was 68 years old, and I retired a couple years ago. I'm 68. What have I done all my life to come to this point? What can I do to help the people? And what I'm saying, like when I began my comment, I want to give this to you. Think about this. What if you had this in San Diego? What if you could go to a place to pray, put up your teepee, go to Medicine Man, have a shade house cookout, light that fireplace without the fire marshals, and do that anytime you want it, like on a weekend or a celebration, or have the little babies dance. You could always have it there for you in your environment. And it would, a lot of folks, they can't go walk outside and go sweat. You live in an urban area. You can't do it. You can't put up teepee. You want to run meeting, have prayer meeting, you can't do it. But what if you had a spot to do it? This spot on the left side, that's from 2 to 4 acres. And it can be modified, it can be changed. Now, I'm not a salesman, My son says, Dad, don't bring that up. You're going to sound like a salesman. I'm not a salesman. The reason why I'm saying this is that when I worked for the Navajo Nation, they call it Sehotzal Medical Center, we had no Western medicine, and it's right in the middle of the Navajo Nation. And I was the legislative liaison for the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah for Navajo Nation. Navajo was in 3 states. So they made me the legislative liaison. So I said, okay, I'm going to invent a plan where this can be funded, the traditional healing side. So we got all our tribes in Arizona, 22 tribes together. We went to Kathleen Sebelius. That time she was the head of Health and Human Services. And we demanded that these services be included in the Indian Health Service healthcare structure. So after years of months or maybe years of negotiating, they finally agreed. So right now in the Medicaid, Medicare rules in California and nationwide, traditional healing is a reimbursable service under the Indian healthcare system. And there's all kind of technical coding, medical coding, all that stuff. But I know all that stuff and I can do it. So if you want help, I'd be more than willing to help you to make this become a reality in San Diego. Go ahead. Now these are the features. I already listed them. Organization, circular, sweat lodge, teepee ground, shade house, fire pit, community garden, conference room, kitchen, bathroom, campground. Go ahead. Now, and then on top of that, college level, bachelor's level, master's, PhD level. What if we created what we call the Kumeyaay Institute of Holistic Healing? That would be inclusive of social work, traditional healing, whatever way you want to create your holistic healing institute. And it could be affiliated with the university, could be affiliated with the tribe, with the government. You can do it. You can train young people, go to college, be social workers, be healthcare workers, be activists, be anything they want. So I submitted this document to Kumeyaay. I'm not sure when it was, but that's still wide open. And I'm willing to help you do that as well. Not as a salesman, but as a way within which we can present something to heal the people. Oh boy, I got 5 minutes to go and I'm gonna finish this. Yes. Okay. You know, it's a big legacy. I'll tell you, it's a real big legacy. Carrying on my dad's name. My dad was named Kenneth G. White Sr. And he went to 8th grade. He was a sheep herder. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs found him sheep herding, 13 years old. And they put him in 1st grade when he was 13 years old. And when he was in the boarding school system, he spoke Navajo. They did all the things everybody knows. Wash your mouth out with soap, pinch your fingers. They locked him in a metal shed for 3 days with no water. And when he opened that shed, he took off running for the hills. And he says, son, I never looked back. I took off running and I never looked back. And so from that time forward, he created what we call Tribal Employment Rights Program. That's Indian preference in hiring for all federal, state, and county governments, tribal governments. If you're a qualified Native American on Indian land, you get Indian preference for that job. And it came out to, eventually, it impacted over 400 tribes, and he created 300,000 jobs. Passed away, my dad passed away in June 2018. So what, if your dad is that great, he did this whole thing, he was very humble. He did that. What do I do? What can I do to help carry on my dad's name in the Indian way, the way I want to, the way I believe, the way I understand social work, my compassion, my love for my people? How do I do it? So Tasha and I wrote this, and it surprised me. It popped up in my mailbox one day, which were in this book, came out a couple months ago, the Routledge International Handbook of Indigenous Resilience. And our little chapter is Igniting the Warrior Spirit to Address Historical Trauma Among Indigenous People. That's what I tried to do to live up to my dad. Go ahead. But this is what my dad did. From being put in first grade, 13 years old, creating tribal employment rights offices nationwide, 500 tribes, 300,000 jobs. My dad is in the social history of the United States. Library of Congress with Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy, Rosa Parks. There he is looking over my shoulder right there. I miss you, Dad. I miss you. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is that you, as a social worker, no matter what difficulties you have, you know, we all know how that goes. I always tell my son I've been around the block and through the alley too. So I know how it is not being able to pay rent, not having no groceries, no babysitter, no car, staying up late trying to do your homework, putting up with your family situations. You know, all of that comes into play when you're going for it. But don't ever be discouraged, because the people, our Indian people, are so valuable, so important. We got to really, really give it all our got. And in my concluding remarks, I want to just say, out of all the tribes, this warrior spirit movement, it's international. Dana has the PACES website. It goes all over the world. We have another program called the Dene Trauma Project. It's for developing curriculum for first, second, and third graders to teach them Indian way of how to deal with trauma. So that's our little project we're going on for the little elementary school kids. But my point is, empower yourself. Empower yourself. And the final story, here I go, one more story. My uncle, his name is Matthew Nelson. He's a Native American church roadman. I was in 8th grade. We had the ceremony. At midnight, they pass you the smoke. You pray for yourself. Gave me that holy smoke. And then when they give it to you, they come right up to you. The fire, everybody's in a circle. It's a one-on-one. He gave that smoke to me, my uncle. And he said 2 words to me that I'll never forget. Gave me that sacred smoke. Realize yourself. My last word to you as Indigenous social workers, with all the love, compassion, empathy for you as an organization, all you young people that are making the effort, and then the San Diego State University with Tamara, our team here, Dana, Tamara, Dr. Pico, Olitha, Bobby, the others that are involved. Let's make that commitment. We're going to do something. I don't want to come to a conference and make a big talk, go home, and nothing happens. We got to do something. So make that commitment. Please realize yourself. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was so powerful in terms of the action that we often don't get to see and hear about, especially in our classrooms. We often hear about the trauma part. We don't hear solutions. So thank you for bringing us solutions and vision for the direction that our social workers can take back to their communities and work towards. So thank you so much again. Fantastic. Up next, I would like to introduce you to Dana Brown. She is the ACES Science Statewide Facilitator, Learn for Life Organizational Liaison, PACES Connection, and Executive Director of the Youth Voice. A social entrepreneur, Dana founded the Character Development Program at Terrasante Elementary in San Diego, California. She co-founded Our Souls, which stands for Our Students of Leadership, Empowerment, and Service, and founded the Youth Leadership TICS, Trauma-Informed Community Schools, and Youth Leadership with McGill School of Success. Dana is a commissioner on the City of San Diego Commission on Gang Prevention and Intervention, and the chair of the Youth Committee, tri-chair of the San Diego Trauma-Informed Guide Team, on the Advisory Council of the University of San Diego's Character Development Center, the steering committee of the Clinton Health Matters Initiative, Strong Families, Thriving Communities, and with the leadership team of Southern California Warrior Spirit with indigenous communities. She knows a lot, right? That's pretty impressive already, right? There's more. As secretary of the Hope Grounds Hope Trauma Board of Directors, Dana is chair of the board of directors with Echo Training. As an author of Hidden Treasures, Ms. Brown has received many awards over the years, including the Joy McAllister Advocacy Award for Mental Health in America in 2014. President Obama's USA Volunteer Presidential Award in 2013 with the San Diego Compassion Project, and the City of San Diego's Human Relations Commission Award in 2009. Ms. Dana Brown, thank you so much for being here.
I'm humbled and grateful to be here with all of you. I heard the words white privilege for the first time in 2005, which shocks me now. I was at the University of San Diego, and Robert Jensen, a white gentleman, wrote a book called The Heart of Whiteness, Confronting Race, Racism, and White Privilege. I walked out of there sobbing, and I made a vow to the Creator that day, and God be willing, until the day I die, I would do everything in my power to dismantle systemic racism and decolonize this young nation, cross-sector in a socio-ecological model, as a model for the United States and as a model for the entire world. Next slide, please. So I don't need to do anything there because Amanda graciously did. Next slide, please. And wanted to lift up, this is something that is in my heart every single day. And I'm not young, but I think Tamara and I are endeared that we're the young white ones that are striving to use our whiteness as a bridge to dismantle systemic racism. Next slide, please. Sorry. Oh, so colonization is that practice. We all know what colonization is. We're steeped in it. I grew up as a Midwest farm girl, went to one-room schoolhouses till the 5th grade, and I was taught very little truth. I've learned more truth in the last 5 years of my life after Tamara and I were introduced to Dr. Pico through Dr. Vincent Folletti, who is the co-principal investigator of the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, which is the largest public health study in our nation millions of people have not heard of yet. So we know in this process of colonization what the colonizers have imposed. You've heard Dr. Pico passionately articulate this morning the gravity of the genocide and the impact of intergenerational trauma. So every single one of you in this room and that is here at this event today, you are on the front line of systems change. You are the leaders on the front line decolonizing our young nation. So we need to undo colonialism, dismantle systemic racism, and Indigenous scholars, science is finally catching up what Indigenous have known since millennial. Finally, science is catching up with this Indigenous wisdom. Next slide, please. So how do we decolonize through an Indigenous lens? You've heard in Kenneth G. White Jr., you heard many aspects of this with his traditional healing circle and other aspects with realizing yourself and that creative potential that has been lifted up today that's holistic, community-based, relational, this revitalization of language, this Indigenous wisdom, which is spirituality, and social justice, action. Love is an act of social justice. So how do we engage with each other, native and non-native? There's a lot of non-natives that want to dismantle systemic racism, and we need our hearts connected with each other in doing this vital work in today's age, and that mutual reciprocity of respect and safety with each other. Next slide, please. And so this was a really cool looking image that really captures leadership in a good way, that Indigenous lens of transformative decolonization through education with ourselves, our own self-awareness, possibility, hope, strength. How do we do that with lifting up the voices through storytelling, observing, listening? Indigenous methodologies is what's going to help us decolonize. Next slide, please. And so this was lifted up in Kenneth G. White's also. We Matter, our Indigenous group in Canada that has done phenomenal work. And you see this weaving through here also, which you saw in Kenneth White's, his slides that he did, and many of the tribal social workers here articulated several of these words that these Indigenous youth in Canada, We Matter campaign, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's an exceptionally inspirational work that they're doing in Canada. Next slide, please. And so this is lifted up a little bit more, and Kenneth White articulated some of them. I have a couple more pictures in here that are things that I was blessed to do with Dr. Pico and also with Olitha and Tamara, and that was during the San Diego Foundation Strong Families, Thriving Communities Initiative, and there were about 75 cross-sector folks that were there. And so they, that was actually the first time that Ruben Leyva, remember when he used his drum and he did a dance? That was the very first time that your cousin announced his indigeneity in public. And I'm so humbled. He's such a dear friend. He blessed me with that drum because that day we presented together. And he is such a dear, dear friend. So love your cousin Ruben so, so much. Next slide, please. So this is a picture Kenneth lifted it up in his at Hia River Indian community. We want to honor his beautiful mom, Mary White, which was the prayer and the very beginning of Warrior Spirit family. And so we're just so grateful, Kenneth and Gloria, that you are here with us today. Next slide, please. And calling upon the ancestors to heal historical trauma. Amazing how Viejas Band of Kumeyaay Indians is really the microcosm here in San Diego County of truly decolonizing. Next slide, please. Calling upon the warrior spirit to heal historical trauma. Our theme, you've seen our team of 5, and now we have Chief Bobby Wallace of the Longest Walk has joined our leadership team. Every time we met, our heartbeat was Indigenous wisdom and Western medicine will heal all living things, animal life, plant life, Mother Earth, and human beings. That has held true to the epicenter of every single thing we do, and we are exhilarated that San Diego State, through Professor Strohauer's leadership, Amanda's leadership, the Indigenous Social Work Alliance, all the hard work of the tribal social workers that are here and those that aren't, at this microcosm here at this University of Decolonization. Next slide, please. This is what Anthony and I were blessed to do, Dr. Pico, and it was a title I wouldn't have chose. I don't like culturally competent. It implies you have a skill, and then check the box. We should be culturally humble, which is a First Nations Health Authority definition of showing, especially someone identifying as white. Everywhere I do, everywhere I am, I show up as a learner, and I'm listening to understands another's experience. So I didn't title this. I wouldn't have titled it this. However, I would have said culturally humble, trauma-informed approaches. Next slide, please. And this was something that Tamra, Professor Strohauer, and Olitha, and I and others led for the same 75 cross-sector folks, secondary trauma and self-care workshop, Indigenous-led healing, and Native practices. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot. This was lifted up a couple of times today, so congratulations to SDSU, Professor Strohauer, and our Warrior Spirit family for having this at San Diego State. And just like Kenneth White shared, you're all part of the Warrior Spirit now. You're part of the movement. You can't unknow this now that you know this. So this is deep roots right here at SDSU of decolonization. Next slide, please. Kenneth lifted this up. I shout this from the mountaintops every chance I get. Kenneth didn't share when he shared with our Warrior Spirit family when he talked with Hillary Weaver, the editor, because that's chapter 23. He said, well, how come we're all the way at the end of the book, chapter 23? And she said, well, there's 4 sections in this textbook that's for universities and colleges around the whole world. And she said, you're in the 4th section, which is from remedies to solutions. So this editor, which just was released on 12/31, 3 months ago roughly, 3.5 months ago, 12/31 of 21, for universities around the world, we, us, are one of the solutions for healing our world. So thank you, Kenneth G. White and Professor Seneca Keys for writing that chapter. Next slide, please. So grateful. Dr. Pico was there and an integral aspect of this. Tuesday of this week, Tamara, Professor Strohauer was there for a bit also. I work for, one of the things I'm paid to do, I work for Learn for Life. And we are an educational network up and down California, a personalized learning model, teacher-student relationship one-on-one. And I'm blessed for the last 10 years to be dismantling systemic racism within an educational network. And I'm one of the trainers around the nation on trauma-resilient educational communities. And so we have developed a very comprehensive 20-hour PD, professional development, that starts out with foundations of PACES science and trauma resilient, followed by 4 Bridge to Wellness, or all 3 hours of self-care and compassion fatigue, mindfulness and meditation, relationships and restorative justice practices, equity, inclusion, and cultural humility, before we start a 3-hour on practice and process. And then all these educational learning centers start doing a self-study. So it is a mile deep and an inch wide. Dr. Folletti shared it's the most comprehensive model he's ever seen. And we were at Viejas Band of Kumeyaay Indians on Tuesday of this week. This is a big week in the decolonization world, with Dr. Pico, who graced us with our opening prayer. Umoja Richardson did our land acknowledgement. And I wove a lot of pictures throughout of showing how Indigenous wisdom is already alive. And it is the most important work of my entire life, is what I'm blessed to do right now. I want to have what we are all doing here, the Warrior Spirit Family Movement here in San Diego, as a model for not just California. When Governor Newsom apologized to Native Americans in November of 2019 for the genocide in California, he said he wants truth-telling in public education. And everything that we've talked about today that you've heard from all of us, we are teaching our teachers, our counselors, the social workers, everyone within our network. And it's all staff, it's mandatory all staff. So it is a deeply rooted, and when the charters renew their petition for renewal, it's mandatory they have to become this. They have to become a track accredited school. So for Governor Newsom, up and down, because we're all the way up and down California, we serve around, 25,000 students, I believe, and we are truth-telling. And it's courageous, and it's emotional labor, and we do get some pushback, but no one's gonna stop us from this work. This is the most important work of today's age, so every single one of you are leaders, and thank you for everything that you do on the front line of systems change. Your work is so critically imperative. Thank you to Professor Strohauer. Thank you to Amanda and the Indigenous Alliance Social Work, Dr. Pico, Kenneth White, Bobby, Olitha. I am humbled and I'm grateful and I'm very passionate about this work and just really grateful to be here with each of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are rocking and rolling. Thank you so much, Dana, Ken, Chairman Pico. All right, I'm going to now introduce, with a very decolonized non-bio model, my dear sister, Olitha Leo from Viejas band of Kumeyaay Nation, and Henry, who will tell you all about who he is, and you are going to have a very good time with this gentleman. So we've just been honored to be part of their lives.
We wanted to share, thank you everyone for being here, and I just want to share an aspect that of a project that I've been working on with UCSD, and it started out as what's called the Critical Mission Studies. And the intent of this grant was to, and is to, really look at how the mission period of our people in California, and as in Anthony's genocide, Holocaust, sovereignty, expression, and speech related to, that this was a huge genocide here for our people. And unfortunately, what we have is we have a severing of historical documentation, really. We have the mission documentation, we have some documentation from anthropological viewpoints, but we don't have a lot of the in-between from our own people relaying stories of what happened and the trajectory of those stories. And one time I heard something that was very poignant and just stands out is, when we're heard, we heal. So when we're looking at how the dynamics of the healing movement relates to our voices as Indigenous people, to talk about the healing, to talk about things that happen, that makes me feel good as an Indigenous person, to hear our elders, to hear our young people today, Jake in speaking, to hear our elders speak, to hear us relaying those aspects that mean so much on an intricate level of our emotions, and you can see and you can feel the healing. So, with that said, with working, we proposed to work on oral history documentation with part of this grant, which was very dynamic because we started it at the onset of COVID. So that presented some difficulties, right? So basically, though, we were able, I really say, and I think of it this way, okay, so we're basically 25% across the board have we been able to really do what we would like to do within the grant. But I did want to share, and then also with Henry can totally introduce himself, but I do want to say that, yeah, Henry is a professor at ASU. I'm just going to give a brief. And he also is the editor for Red Ink Journal. And I don't know if anyone has ever heard of that, but that's an Indigenous literature journal. And so it's really good to collaborate and be friends with somebody that's kind of working in that direction as well. And he's my brother, friend, Native American church brother, and so, and he's also a roadman. But I mean, like, I'll just like, yeah, I'm just gonna be casual with that one. But okay, so I am going to share kind of what I wrote up, and although it's very brief, I do want to really look at this from the perspective of what we wanted to do. So, and I'm gonna have to take my glasses off because I can't see if I, okay, so, he's not going to. So some of the research documentation that we used was from Michael Conley, which is the Kumeyaay history. You know, I think most people at SDSU might be familiar, certainly Indigenous people, I would imagine, are people who are understanding the land acknowledgement. Michael Conley wrote, Miss Squish from Campa wrote the land acknowledgement. He's also an author of history, of Kumeyaay history. And then also Pushed into the Rocks, Florence Chapak. Missions of Legacy, A Genocide by rewritten Jeanette Costco. Blood of the Land, an Ipai family story by David L. Toiler. And then the early ethnography of Kumeyaay, edited by Stephen Shackley. And then The Way We Lived, California Songs, Stories, and Reminiscences, edited with commentary, forwarded by Michael Conley. So, as we move forward in determining the interviews and the manifestation, I really want to relay that in the oral history documentation, how valuable it is and how much within our communities you see that, like, sometimes we're thinking like our aunties and our uncles and our family members, what they're saying, and we're always hoping that we retain that information in those moments. But now we have the perfect capacity to do it. Even though we got state-of-the-art equipment for it, to set up the interviews and have, you know, set times, it's like now I'm just picking up my phone and going, I want to hear what my mom is saying. I want to like record this, or a family member. So that's a really good aspect to it. But I know that within this, Henry can also relate how, as far as literature in Indigenous country, how important and imperative that is. And I do want him to talk about that because I think that that gives us a broad view of how this impacts us on a very wide scale. So anyway. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you. Handajo, it's a good and beautiful day. My name is Henry Quintero. For those of you who don't know me, I come from really, really good people. I've recently learned over the last few years that my grandpa was one of the children of the Ipai Tipai. Yes, thanks. My grandfather on my father's side is one of the Ipai Tipai orphans of the revolution. He fought over here in Baja with Ricardo Magon. And my mom's side, she's Nashkale, Nakayani, in the Apache people, New Mexico, Arizona. I had a lot of good elderlies encouraging me to go from a MFA in poetry to getting a PhD. As a matter of fact, one of them's in the room right now. Kenneth White Jr. and Kenneth White Sr. When I was young, I needed a place to pray. They were there. This gentleman right here is one of the people who encouraged me to learn my own language after my MFA. And why am I mentioning an MFA when Aleth is asking me to talk about, you know, our own literatures, our own stories? I'll tell you why. Because I want each and everybody in here to know this. I want you to hear the power of it. 25 years ago, some Havasupai, Wallapai friends said, Henry, man, you got to write about these Native American church songs. You're one of the only guys that gets it. Man, I was like, it's our American poetry. They don't know how old it is. I thought about that. It influenced me. Being around people like this, mentors like this, it influenced me. I wanted to do it. So then I go to these really well-known, famous white professors. You know, they have a real authority on whiteness. You know, the sad thing is I believed them. They told me You're going to have to choose. You can't be a poet and be an academic at the same time. I believed them. I quit writing poetry for a long time. I would sneak it when I was a doctoral student. I wrote this one poem that I put 80 years of Disney history in, and I called it the Great Quetzalmostela. And now I see it's kind of a prophecy about Elon Musk being such a jerk. So now I know why they didn't want me to write poetry, because it was like a prophecy. We got that in us. We got that diez, we say in Apache, that we got that power. Because when I was 25 years old, I knew there was a shadow right beside Walton Whitman. And I knew that shadow sounded something like this.
Our sunny boys, our baby boys, we love you so, we love you so, Mama love you so, Daddy love you so, don't you know, we really do.
I know that we are in our way that we do running very behind, but Bobby and I wanted to take a little time to talk with you all about the fentanyl issues that are going on. We have our sister Shireen Primo here too, who's also working with the youth at San Diego American Indian Health Center, and Ivan Sam's doing good work with youth as well. In 2020, we lost a lot of kids. In 2021, we lost a lot of kids. Tomorrow, we will lose a lot of kids. The love and passion in our hearts for those beautiful souls who are walking with us in spirit right now, saying hello and thanking us right now for telling their truth, for telling their story, because we're in pain. Our children are in pain, and our children couldn't dance or sing or hold their grandma for a long time. We lived in a world where we were told to lock down, to socially isolate, to distance. The liquor stores were open, but the churches and the drug and alcohol treatment centers were closed. If you don't have the technology in the community already to get on an AA or an NA meeting, how are you going to survive that? How are you going to have therapy in the home where the damage is happening and within earshot are perhaps the people who are harming, where you're told to do schoolwork online and you don't have Wi-Fi on your reservation, where all the ways that children know to cope, the singing, the gathering was removed, and the drug dealers are waiting, and the cartels are waiting, and the greed is there. And we lost our daughter's best friend in May of 2020, the same day that a young man died on Barona Reservation.
Yep.
So Bobby and I just wanted to share with you, so please take it away.
All right, let me pop this out.
Pop it out.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, I'll be louder. So my uncles and aunts had always told me, let your elders speak first. Hey, sister.
Wait.
I'm creating humor.
I'm older, it's real, I think so. Right.
Yeah, I think so. So anyways, my name is Bobby Wallace. I'm from the Barona Band of Mission Indians. And you guys are young people going to school, trying to learn how to make things better. And I think, well, let me digress. I just learned that word from somebody very special to me. But anyways, so there's somebody in here that I'm really proud of who comes from the same kind of dynamic as I come from. I myself come from a really hard place and probably a little bit fucking worse than most people. But I am proof that people can go through these things and they can change and make better within their own mind and help others. And I have been, you know, traveling across the United States, and I have been going and doing all these things, and going and doing is what makes a difference. Because I think, now this is just me, I think we're the only ones that really can help ourselves. Us indigenous people know what we are inside and outside, and we can distinguish how to help one another. And I find it more true and more true every time and everywhere I go. Traveling across the United States, one year we did 30 sovereign nations, walked with their people. They couldn't believe somebody from so far could come and really care about their people, ask for nothing, collect data, and leave. And somebody's from down by the border, and that was me. And as we were leaving, I remember seeing lots of people, you know, crying and giving the gifts from the Creator. And that thing, the altar out there, those are things from people in different nations that shared their medicine, because we shared our good medicine with talking and helping and listening in traditional value systems. I think when they were picking apart the minds and Freud and all those guys, you know, it wasn't proper to accept a traditional value system like ours. You know, and traveling across the United States, you know, I've been to many different ceremonies and people very many different ways, and whichever path you students go, you're gonna find a little different little spice here and there and everywhere. But that being said, it's not accepted in, you know, most medical, I would say, communities of spirituality and the great things that can happen with our people. And it makes me wonder too, the way this world is going to, what is it gonna freaking take? Is it gonna take a cloud bringing lightning and thunder and pounding on Mother Earth for people to wake up? And I think so. I think maybe that's the way it's got to go. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. And I think maybe some people have to get scared before they realize, hey man, we're a hurting world. We're killing Mother Earth. We're poisoning the water. We don't care about these brown people. We only care about our money, and that's it. You know, I know that, you know, I'm an intense guy, you know, but I do have some jokes. But I like being intense because I get right to the point, and I will tell you the truth. You know, sometimes I get a little bit too candid for myself. So when I give you a wink, turn off the video. Hey. So there's a skeleton that goes into a bar and orders a beer and a mop. Oh my God, come on, you guys. Okay, the late Mr. Dennis Banks told me that dry joke. Okay, I still see people like wondering, what the hell is this guy saying? Freaking Bobby, what do we invite this guy for? Terry. See, Terry gets it.
Terry's a
Are
big
you
fan.
related to him?
I am. I am happily,
Oh wait, they're married.
Happily married to that man.
Shit, man. But you know, you guys really think about this as you're advancing in your careers. And you, Shamiz, I'm looking at you because I'm so freaking proud of you. Let's give her a big hand.
Shamiz will be beginning the Advanced Standing MSW program in approximately, I'm not going to tell you how many weeks because it's too soon.
And she is a bright, shining star. I've known her since she was before, actually. Yeah, and I'm so proud of you. And, you know, it's like the crab in the buckets, you know, like when somebody's doing so good and they're trying to do better things. And this is from post-traumatic stress. This is from the shit that our people deal with every damn day. And you see somebody doing better and advancing, but they're too scared to say, hey, look at my accomplishments, look what I did, you know, because they're afraid of stuff, you know, and that's what our people do. But we can change. If Bobby Wallace can change, if Bobby Wallace can get an engineering license and a grading and paving license and start 2 corporations and be contractor of the year here and do all these great things and become chief of the longest walk and travel across the country and change people's lives with an 11th grade education, being beat, being starved, and a bunch of other shit, everybody can do it. And these are the kind of things that you'll be faced with every day. The Bobby Wallaces that lived at 14 in the Verona clubhouse in the back because nobody wanted his ass around because he was too wild and he was too free and he ran like a horse and flew like an eagle. And I remember Father Allen and Brother Ed bringing me food, leaving it for me, and I remember smelling beans and coffee in that clubhouse and knowing my people were there with me. And that's part of my spirituality. And that being said, that part of spirituality is not what the mental, how would you say, the mental people, the mental health people would accept, you know. God, it has to be imagination. But I am the guy who has to smell it, taste it, see it, whatever, for it to be true. I can't look at that chandelier and say, oh my God, it grew teeth. You know what I mean? And part of spirituality is part of the love for yourself on the inside. At least that's what I believe. The love for your people. Like how I love all you guys. The love for Mother Earth. Because Mother Earth, if you just look outside and if you can just shut your eyes and imagine there's roots and water and there's little crawly things everywhere around. Or the love just for everything, the planets, the stars, the things we don't know. And I think it all is about the same thing because we're all connected, we're all tied, we're all entangled. Because if I push this down on the ground, it's gonna wake Johnny up. Is that Johnny? Mm-hmm. Hey, Johnny.
He's awake.
It's gonna wake Johnny up and he might get mad and yell at the lady at Denny's or something. You know what I mean? And then it just keeps going. But I really, truly believe it. We're all connected. We all gotta try to do the best we can. And we can do this. We really can. So all you younger people, remember, you know, pray the best you can. Doesn't matter who you pray to as long as you believe in something good. You know, pray, try to show the love the best you can to everybody every single day, even if you're having a bad day going freaking nuts or whatever. You know, pray for everything. Love one another, do the best you can. You know, it's a pretty simple formula because out of all the people that I prayed with, we all want a few things. A little bit of love, a little bit of happiness, to be healthy, to be able to procreate, you know, have blood of our own, and just again, to be happy, you know. So I hope my words inspired somebody, and it's a very simple formula. And I know, shit, man, if I can do things, and I can be gifted so many beautiful things that are out there, and I get to know some beautiful ass people like you guys. If I can, you guys can too. Thanks.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you so much. You know, here at San Diego State, we call our students social workers. But I like to tell my students, you are healers. You are healers. You are the people who will walk into the homes of children who need you there in a good way so their parents can also heal. No one grows up and when they're a little child said, when I grow up, I want to abuse my children. I want to be a drunk. I want to do drugs. I want to harm people. No one wants that. And the things that you've heard about today from Chairman Pico telling you the history of this state on down, all the way down, and all the way around to where we are right now is how we move forward in a good way. You know, I heard someone say it when someone, it was Kutcha, Whistling Bodley, said, you know, someone invited me to the next Decolonizing whatever it was and asked me to do a land acknowledgement, right? And we do this, we do a land acknowledgement, and we called this today Decolonizing Social Work Empowerment Series, because I want you to be empowered. I want you to hear these incredible relative stories, the resilience, the growth, the character, the spirituality. You know, when we have a lot of assessments in our field and we assess for what's wrong with people. We don't assess for what's good. You know, why don't we ask people, how many days a week are you sober? How many days a week are you out of bed early? We ask, how long do you sleep? How much do you drink? How often do you use? And I am looking forward to the day when all of you change the world, when we have strengths-based assessments where when someone sits with us, they are lifted up and they say, I can be sober. Wait a minute, I did that 3 days. What went on those days that was better? How'd you do that? You know, you are the people who are gonna change this world. And these ladies here, Miss Shireen Primo here, who I got to raise up and hold by my side all through her bachelor's program. Come up, Shireen. You know, we actually have a video that we made with Shireen and Whitney Lira and Monet Hefner, who are MSW alumni who are out working with their tribes. And we, as we do, have run quite long today. So we're going to save that video. It will be part of the live stream. It will be a separate video so you can hear from these powerful women. But I just want to honor Shireen and the work that you're doing. Just have you introduce yourself. And yeah, and then Miss Jackie is here for our basket making as well.
No mic.
No mic. You have to, they won't hear you on the live stream.
Okay, so Hagani Mum, ne Nani Hunt, Shireen Primo, ne Dibia Dokapari Night, ne Biaba San Diego, California, Kumeyaay Lands, ne Noa Nama, Dosawi Wayaput. So hello everyone, my name is Shireen Primo. I represent the Shoshone Paiute tribal nation of Duck Valley, Nevada, and I'm also a descendant of the White Knife Band of Western Shoshone people. Very grateful to be here. Tamara is an awesome sister. She was there for me for my entire undergrad into my graduate program. And she saw me walk through a lot of stuff in life. Just like what everybody discussed today, I come from a community highly impacted by historical trauma, in which transferred into multi-generational trauma within my community. So it was a long, rough path, as you'll see in the video, but I decided to strive for higher education because I wanted to try to help my people somehow. And it was a long path of education and a lot of obstacles. But I'm still here, I got those pieces of paper, and I'm ready to change the game. Not only for my own tribal nation, but all Indian people. We all do this work for the people like we heard all day today. So I'm just grateful to be part of this Warrior Spirit movement. Oos.
The first time this lady spoke was at our 2018 Warrior Spirit Conference. You remember that when I asked you to get on that panel at the Warrior Spirit Conference? What'd you tell me?
I can't do it.
I can't do it. I kept putting her on panels. I can't put her on panels, and now. I also just want to acknowledge the help and the blessing of our new incoming student, Angel Ria Tutar. Tell me how to say it right. Ria Tutar, she is coming into our 2-year MSW student, our new ISWA members, welcome back home Maria Chinajaro, who is one of my former students, start the MSW program. Miss Shamise Dempsey is graduating with her BASW and going into the advanced standing program. We have 6, count them, 6 Indigenous social work students coming into the MSW program next year. And I am honored and humbled and blessed to have every opportunity to walk with you powerful, powerful human beings. And I appreciate all of our social work students who are here. And thank you, Dr. Fuentes, for being here today. So without further ado, I don't know what, Ivan was going to come in and talk to y'all about Govina, but he might, oh, there he is. Did you want to talk about Govina, or we're about out of time? Pardon? We're going to let Ivan talk for a few minutes, then we'll go outside and start our basket making.
Hello, my name is Ivan Sam. Yad Eshe Ivan Sam Jackie Orange Law Twahid Lini Bashichin. Tkoba Dashache do my deskage Shanala with Adinensla. Introducing myself in Navajo because I got some relatives right here. Maybe related to them or not. But we're always encouraged to introduce ourselves like that too. So I want to say thank you for each and every one of you to be a part of this whole decolonization for social work. And I spoke with Tamara. She asked if I could take care of the fire. I said yes, because the fireplace was really significant to me as well, because I was raised around the fireplace through ceremony and, you know, just everyday life, you know, cooking, and, you know, we use it for warmth, take care of our home, our children, family members, our sick ones, and all that, you know, through ceremony as well. And so that's an honor for me to take care of that. Thank you, Tamara, and the social work program as well. And I was asked to speak to share my experience working in the community as well. I don't know if there is time for that, or a little bit, okay. So I used to work for Southern Indian Health Council at the La Posta Substance Abuse Center. I was wearing so many different hats out there. They asked me to be the youth director, acting youth director for the Boys and Girls Club. I did the outreach coordinator there, and I was also doing the drug and alcohol addiction program there. So I was wearing a lot of hats during that process, and being in the community to serve Kumeyaay people especially, you know, the people that live amongst this land. It was an honor for me to see that, but at the same time, it was really rough because of the stigma that carries on with the facility. You know, a lot of relatives don't like to come to a program that is called Substance Abuse Center, you know. So that's one thing that I've learned in the community is, you know, that stigma is always there in a lot of our programs. And it's really hard to work around that and navigate through that because people are afraid of that. They're ashamed to be around that process. And the ones that are really in dire need, they try to be involved with those programs too. So it's kind of like a curse and a blessing at the same time. So we try to, you know, navigate through that. So my whole outlook perspective was to introduce a proposal to them to change the name to Wellness Center. You know, Kumeyaay Wellness Center, or Indian Wellness Center, or Youth Wellness Center, you know. That way it involves family, it involves relatives, because your closest support system through that process is your family at the end of the day. You know, we're dealing with a lot of different struggles in our communities, you know, that historical and intergenerational trauma that still leads the silent pandemic of substance abuse addiction and alcoholism, you know, you name it, all the way across the board. So, you know, we're trying to focus on that right now in the community. I know we lost a lot of loved ones through the COVID sickness. You know, But my grandparents always used to tell me, we have to move forward. We're resilient people. We need to continue to move forward, continue to fall on our prayers and all those blessings that come with it, you know. And our loved ones, there's a time to mourn for them, but we also have to let them go too, because it's selfish of us to hold on to them in this world. You know, we have to let them travel to that spirit world. And there's a time and place for that. So we hold that space for them in ceremony with the fireplace. And that's the reason why I stay close to the fireplace, is because I have a lot of loved ones that have gone and passed too. So if you guys get a chance, put some prayers down on the fire. It's there for you. You know, it's loving, it's nurturing, it's warm, it takes care of you. It provides food for you too. So, you know, the more we educate ourselves and learn about that process, our lives will be a lot easier. And for social work, it's really important that you guys understand the process of how Native family work. We are people that are interdependent with one another. We have to have our children around. We have to have our loved ones within our homes be with us. It's very common to have overgrown adult children in the home, you know, living with you, because we love each other like that. And when you're going through social work, you have to understand that too. You know, you're going to have a big family that you're going to deal with, you know, in the working field. So, you know, we try to focus on that, and we try to work around that. So with that in mind, there's going to be a camp coming up, a GONA, Gathering of Native Americans. We Are Sacred Camp, coming up June 17th through the 19th, that weekend, up in Los Coyotes. We're going to have some information online. Hopefully we could share it online, social media. If you guys could try to look for it, maybe in your programs, it'll be shared with you. But I'm going to be one of the facilitators there. We're going to utilize the fire. The main focus is going to be family. I'm going to be the cook there, so I'm going to be providing food for you. You know, that's a unique part. That's where we want our foundation to be with our family members. We want them to learn that food is medicine. That's where addiction of recovery starts, is nutrition. You know, you got to take care of yourself too. So, you know, we want to, you know, offer you guys that. So there's going to be a registration going around online. So if you guys could look for that, I would greatly appreciate that, and look forward to seeing you all. So I just want to say thank you all for allowing me to speak. And anything else? That's it? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So much.
Passing through to use the restroom.
Oh, I was like, wait, Ivan's here. Did you get my text saying, are you going to talk? All right. All right. So now I just thank you all for being here. I want to introduce my dear, dear sister. There is a story why I wear this beautiful necklace. And you've heard us speak about the California Genocide Conference several times. And I was one of the co-chairs along with Olitha of that conference. And it was painful. And on Sunday, those were 14-hour days. And on Sunday, I didn't think I could come back another day. I was beat. There was a lot. I was drained. I was afraid. I had a lot of emotion going on in me. And what I know to do is suit up and show up, right? We show up. That's what we do. And I walked into the room, and Miss Jackie walked over to me with this in her hands, and a little medicine pouch in her hands. And she gifted this to me, and she told me that Creator told her that morning as she went to put it on that it was for me. And it was like putting on armor, full body armor, and I felt a resilience come through me and a powerfulness that I scarcely can bear to not wear it. So Jackie, come on up. This is Miss Jackie Nunez. She is from the Wanyanyo Band of Mission Indians, a Hashiman Nation. She is an entertainer, an educator, and a healer and medicine person. And Jackie is going to teach us all how to make baskets. Here you go, Jackie.
All right. But I think we're going to go outside. But we are going to go outside. I'm so grateful to be here. Anthony, I just love you. I just love what you've done in Southern California. I pray it's like a fire that just grows up California and reaches our people. And I've been a teacher for 40 years, but actually 30 years ago, we moved back to my ancestral land, and I married a native, not California, Seminole and Tohono O'odham. And my kids, we promised that we were going to let our kids just be Indian. You know, I always knew I was Juaneño, and we'd always go back to San Juan Capistrano, but we didn't have ceremony. We didn't have nothing. And my kids all wear their braids every day to school, and they were made fun of. And the kids always wanted to cut their hair and called them the girls. And I went to the school, and I told the principal, I need to be there. I need to share with these kids who we are. We're the builders of the mission that's right across the street. Those are our ancestors that did that. And my kids have a right to be who they are. Now, my youngest is 32, so this happened like 27 years ago when we didn't even have the concept of bullying. And I just took things off my wall and asked my auntie, who was a basket weaver, and I just put together this show. And by the third assembly, Joe Wilson, who was running Indian education, saw me and he said, I need you to be part of my team. I want you to go to every school in Capistrano Unified. And so I did. And then from there, I created a company called Journeys to the Past. And then pretty soon I was working for Orange County Performing Arts Center. And pretty soon someone said, can you make a play out of your storytelling? So then I made a play. And then, you know, every time they'd ask me to do something, yeah, I can do that. And I would put on a hat. So I was courageous with everything that I've done. And if I could tell you to do anything, number one, find out what your passion is. And we've talked about that. Everybody has. At 7 years old, I knew I wanted to be a teacher. And my father noticed that I wanted to be a teacher. And Shorty's Market had that big chalkboard up on the wall, and he was taking it down, and it was tattered, and the corners were messed up, and he gave a couple bucks to Shorty, and he brought it home and gave me a piece of chalk. I played school for years on that chalkboard, and if my brothers and sisters didn't want to play with me, I had an audience. I was talking to the people every day. And I grew up to be a teacher. I graduated from USC. I became Educator of the Year through the state of California with our Indian education program. Why? Because I loved what I was doing. And if you can find out what you're passionate and do it and make a little bit of money along the way, my gosh, it's like I'm supposed to retire, but I'm saying, I don't know if I want to retire yet. But my son will be taking over. And you know what? The child, I don't know where he learns everything, but he's up in Canada, and all the elders have taken him under their wing. And because his wife is Cree, they've taught him all the language, their ways. And yesterday, Jackson, it was the first time it ever happened in Saskatchewan, that a non-Indian school asked First Nation people to come and share about their culture. And it was amazing. And his cousin, who is his wife's cousin, he showed them how to make a bustle. And the kids were coming in, and the bustle's going to hang in their office as their experience. And my son taught them the hardest Cree song that he ever, you know, he said, I don't know, Creator told me just do it. He goes, and Mom, that was all you up there. There was 150 kids singing a powwow song that's very difficult to do. But I always teach the kids, I'll sing, then you'll sing, then I'll sing, then you'll sing. And before you know, we got everybody singing. He did it that way, and now they're going to be on some television station and newspaper for what they're doing. But we are breaking barriers. We're breaking barriers, and You know, Abel Silvas was here a couple weeks ago, and he was all depressed, and he said, I didn't do a good job, and I don't know what I was saying. And I said, Abel, let me tell you, you and I were together 30 years ago. When nobody had the, you know, they just didn't want to be up on stage doing anything. Your part is already done. You can sit back and watch all the young ones now. You're gifted, you were talented. Don't worry about today or yesterday. Your work has already been done. And just like you've passed the baton to your family, you passed it on to your relative, wherever she, you know. We pass the baton, we pass our knowledge, and it's starting to really become a movement. And it's beautiful. I'm honored to be here. Part of me being here is showing the world that we're not that different. I mean, I'm Juaneño and I'm up the road, but so much of what we do, you did. I mean, our language is different, but, you know, we're family. And at this moment, when we're together, I am your auntie. Just like somebody said, you know. I went to UCI this morning, and there were kids there. And I said, if I know you're away from home, but if you need an auntie to talk to, get my number from the lady here. I'm here. How many people, as you all know, we've talked to people and said, I'm your grandpa for right now. Don't worry. I'll give you those words. So as elders, we have responsibility, not only to our family, but to all these others that come. And today is historic for me just to be here again as we make a movement of fire that I believe is just going to reach out, and all the indigenous people in this country that were ignored, that were invisible, that were put in boarding schools like my mother, that is going to be the past. And we're going to step forward, and we're going to stand up. And I'm not going to be my mother who says, if I wasn't so dark, they wouldn't have taken me to St. Boniface. Instead, I'm going to say, Mama, they invited me down to SDUS again, and I was there making baskets again. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to share who I am. Let's all take that stand too. Yesterday, we're going to work on that because we all have those hurts, but we have to also be courageous as we step into that new place that Creator has prepared for us. So thank you. We'll do some basket weaving. bullied because they all had long hair. And I took a stand, it was probably 27 years ago, to protect my children from the bullying. And so I did 3 assemblies, and by the 3rd assembly, then I was asked to join the Native American program in Capistrano Unified. And then I went to every school. And then from there, it just went on. And pretty soon I just had this business that, you know, was kind of shockingly successful. But I think I always attributed to my education because I was a classroom teacher. So I knew how to handle the children in the assemblies. And I came up with kits for teachers because I knew that they had to teach our culture, but I didn't want to see the paper bag vest anymore. And I wanted to show them something that was authentic, or at least a step to authenticity. So we may not have brought in the yucca fibers, but we brought in raffia so they could learn how we made cordage. I brought shell necklaces so they knew the importance of the abalone to us as training. We did the basket weaving, and I remember I wanted every teacher to learn how to do the starts. So I did 2 big steak and services. There's about 80 teachers in there. And I was teaching them. And then one teacher leaned over and she said, just make them and we'll buy them. And so that's how it started. And so I have my whole family making these starts. So, and they have estimated in 30 years that I've made over 100,000 baskets in the school districts because we do about 100 in the classroom. And so my nephew, who's really good with math, and he went through my calendar and he knew how many, and he said, Auntie, you've done over 100,000. I go, no. I said, you have. I've got arthritis in my thumbs to prove it that I have. And so unfortunately, that's the bad part. But the good part is that I've touched some lives. And so this is the way I came up with this idea. Can you get the basket that's flat and show it? We normally, it's a flat, no, not that one. That one, that one. When we started, that's in our basket. This is how it's done. And it's an old one. But it was really hard for the children to bend it into the basket shape. So in the middle of the night, I got this idea. My cousin made it up, and it kind of looks like a fish, doesn't it? And it actually makes it much easier for somebody to do the basket. Now I want everyone to say a little bit of water. A little bit of water, say it. Only melts the wicked witch of the West. She's not here, so you're not going to melt if you get a drop, all right? This is the belly button. Everyone say never, never, never. Never, never, never. Never, never, never. Never, never, never. Take out the belly button. Okay, because that took a long time to do that, right? So this part is not connected. You're going to take that out. And then what you're going to do is hold, this is the belly button right here, the birth of the basket. You're going to take this out. And so then, look at it. It's like curly. Well, we don't want it curly, so we want it like this. You're going to stretch it out. Stretch it out. Does it sort of look like a jellyfish? So we're going to open it up a little, and we're going to make it look like a walking daddy. The spider. Daddy Longlegs. Okay, all right. Hello. Okay, a little bit. All right. So then it looks like a Daddy Longlegs. Now this right here is your weaver. Now I want to tell you this little story about the basket. One day I was basket weaving. There was 100 children in front of me. And as I was weaving the basket, and this is really true, Creator was speaking to me. And you know what he said? You're like the basket. And I'm telling the kids over and under, and I'm having these 2 conversations, one with the children, there was 100 out there, and one was Creator. I said, how in the world am I like this basket? Because life is this basket. Every day you wake up, you can have an over in life, which is great and exciting, everything is beautiful, you know where your keys are, your car is full of gas, you know where you're going. Or it could be your son can't find his shoe, you have to get out of there. It's like, I don't know what I did with that, and you're just, you know, I'm speaking your language, right? And as you're walking out knowing you're already going to be late, you get a phone call and your auntie tells you that your uncle, you know, has been diagnosed with cancer. These things, we get up and we have a bad day, but that's what Creator gave me to this basket, right? Now, I am a spiritual person, and I'm going to share with you that my great-grandmother was a third order of a Franciscan nun, and my grandmother taught me how to say the rosary. And we said the rosary before we went to school and before we went to bed, and she gave me the foundation of God. And I continued my walk with the Lord. Doesn't make me less Indian. Just said that I made a choice. My husband and I got married traditionally in a traditional way with a long walker. And we went through sweats and we made prayer pouches. But deep inside is always my grandmother's voice about God. So this right here is a representation of my prayer life. Now, you can pray all kinds of ways. How many pray? Just, I mean, you know, in your own way. Anyone want to share? Anybody? So she said, yes, I do. Yes, she said, yes. And so this right here represents your prayer life, however you understand it. And when that auntie called you and told you that your uncle is, you know, stage cancer, you're getting out of that car and you let your son off school and you're just praying. You're thinking of that's an over and an under of our spiritual connection, wherever that is. I'm not telling you to be like me. I'm just telling you that I have a spiritual connection. And guess what? Our ancestors did too. Our ancestors got up in the morning, they looked up, they thanked the Creator for the wind and the sun and for everything that Creator had given us. And I believe, now this may not be true, but in my assessment, when I'm working with the teenagers, they have lost that ancestral connection with Creator. When we come to the fire and we smell the sage and we lay our prayers down there, that connects us to that ancestral way of our ancestors. And today, the reason why I have 3 different colors on your chair is because life is full of pain. It is. But so is joy. And the over is the joy. And the under is the pain. And sometimes the pain is great. And sometimes the joy is a little, and it's all these different measurements, correct? So, what I want you to do is when we begin to weave our basket, I'm going to ask you some questions. And if you can identify with any of it, and I'll say, you know, the green one is going to represent this, I want you to think about that, and I want you to put a prayer in that to release some of that pain, okay? Could be pain from childhood. Maybe the other color is going to represent the pain you came with today. I don't know what you came with. I have no idea because I'm just meeting you. But I left my house thinking of my sister because she has long COVID and she can't walk anymore. She is debilitated and she's only 2 years older than me. And last night my husband and I prayed about her, and I'm so happy that she lived, but I'm so sad that she can't walk and that, you know, we see a long time. But that's what I came with. If I hadn't shared it, you wouldn't know that, would you? And I don't have to share it to heal. So if I were to hold that green paper and say, I'm still suffering from that pain of seeing my sister in that bed, in that hospital bed. So I want you to identify 3 pains during the course of our basket weaving, and then we're going to walk to the fire, and we're just, however you pray, just put that in the fire and let it go. Because we cannot walk every day with those heavy, heavy pains. My very, very, very close cousin, and I can share this, but because she said I could, but I can't say her name, but she was taking advantage of herself, you know, from her own father. And I was the only one that she shared that with. And she lives her life holding on to that pain. And I'm just thinking right now, when I go and I talk about this, I'm going to maybe work with her a little bit more, because that's a heavy pain. So we all have pains, and I know we got little ones here, and you might have a little pain because maybe there's a bully out there that just bugs you every day. And if he does, when you're holding on to, you know, the pink one, which is that daily pain, you're going to think about that and you're going to throw it in the fire. You know what I tell my granddaughter? You are not what the world says you are. And I have this white feather that when she lived with me, I said, see this feather? Gone to the wind. That's what you think about those bullies at school. And that was our little thing that we said, because there would be bullies. And I said, what are you going to do? She goes, I know, Grandma, the feather. But it was her way of releasing that pain. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to start basket weaving. And I want you to come up and get your start. You're going to open it up. You're going to stretch this out. You're going to make this into like a little bigger, like a little spider. I call it the daddy long legs. And then we'll start going over and under. Now, when you go over and under, don't separate the spokes. Push it to the center, because think of chia seeds. Chia seeds are pretty tiny, aren't they? So if you have a hole in there, that chia seed is going to fall out. So just keep it nice and tight. And here's something that our ancestors did, and the Kumeyaay did too. We never picked up a basket when we were in a bad way. So if we were in a bad way, we set it aside. So the person that made your beautiful necklace knows that. So when she's making that necklace, she wants to make sure that all that good energy is there. And it's beautiful. And this is the same way. Now, I'm going to tell you this a little ahead of time. But if it's your first basket, in our way, we say it must be given away. And that's because we teach our children that if you give a basket away that you spend time with, then you're going to be a generous person for the rest of your life. So, yeah, so I like that. Who was clapping? That's good. I want people to be generous, right? All right. So go ahead and come get your start, and then you're going to get one white coil, one red coil, and one black coil. And leave the yucca there, and look at, she's already beautiful. We don't have time for this. And make this, okay? What I want you to know is, from this, I'm going to show you how we make cordage. Okay? And then you can make a bracelet from it. All right. So we just kind of ran out of time, so we'll save this. Thank you, sweetheart, for doing that. And so come on up, get your basket start, get your coils, and we're going to weave. All right. Hi, good to see you, beautiful lady. Oh. All right, so you get one of these. You too. You too.
I grab a black one too.
Yeah, but you.
I grab a black.
Just know that, okay?
And these two.
Shit my whole head on that.
So one red, one black, one plain, one red, one black. Oh, you.
We're supposed to soak them first?
But that's already soaking, so leave that.
Yeah, no, you use it.
Okay, just leave that. Have you weaved?
I have not.
Yeah,
I'm a noob.
Yes!
sent her story time.
No way! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Give me a hug!
You need
I
a black
love
one.
Amy and I love you.
You need one red, one black.
And one yellow also? Or brown?
Yeah. Okay, good job. And then you got these two. I'll get them up for you.
What a cute little ribbon shirt. Isn't it?
Where's the one more?
Right here. For your wife. Yeah, that's perfect.
No, I don't want this. No, you need it for the basket.
So, did you guys get your... Oh, you're kind of letting the crowd... Oh. No, so this is my friend Gloria over here, and she'll help, like if when you get to the point where maybe you need to add one. And I use just RIT dye. We do RIT dye. And we actually are going to be marketing now. Now we just changed our website. We do sell them to schools, but now we're going to sell. We're going to try to get a casino, you know. And yes, and we have the QR. So when you put in the QR, I'll try. Okay, I'll try. All right. Yes, yes. Oh, you have a skipper ring. And then here goes your back. So right here, I know it because you have two. You gotta go like this. Gloria, can you watch and make sure there's no skips, please? Okay. I'm trying to teach her how to be an eagle eye. How are you doing? Did you take it out? So this is round reed, and yes, unfortunately comes from Canada, but our traditional material is chunky. So then we come in here. Perfect. Now, you ready to add a color? You want one? The hardest is to untangle these. You don't want them. Oh, only the first word. Yeah, only the first word. Yeah. I got my two of my family. Okay, let me show you how to do it. Everybody, because she's adding, when you get to this part, this little pigtail goes inside the basket. If this is your over, then your next move is under. So you push it here, and this piece here, skip it and go here. So you're making an X. Like that. See that? Hold it and just go around one time and then alrighty. Here you go. Yes, yes. Good job. Those chia seeds don't fall out. You want me?
Leave this for the pros.
I'm going to say, right? So this is what you need to bring to school. And I know we went to college. This is what you write about it. Okay, so the first color is now talk about it. Okay? So the first color that I want you to think about, and I want you to stop for a second, I want you to hold it, is the green sticker. So put that in your hand, my boys, moms, everybody. Over here, the green paper, I want you to put it in your hands. You don't even need to write anything down. But I want you to hold that green sticker, and in your mind, I want you to think, today, what did you come to this conference with that was a little bit heavy? Doesn't have to be a lot of heavy. Could have been just you got riled up because you couldn't find your keys. I mean, let's just think. But then some of you could be like mine. You know, maybe you're dealing with something at home. Maybe you're dealing with a marriage that's not working, and you were just reminded of it this morning. Maybe you guys have some bullies. Maybe you're struggling with something at school. So that's what the green one, it's the today. What's happening today? Later on, if you care to share, you can. But if you don't want to share, it's okay, because just identifying that is a step. So I just want you to hold it, and I'm going to sing a little song that's in our language, and I want you to think about it. Tu ho om na nak chi na tu di da ho ya i che ma. So you have that green slip. You kind of put your energy into it, and then what I want you to do, you're going to take a deep breath, and you're going to hold on to it, because you are going to throw it in the fire at the end. Okay? So you have it in your hand. You're going to take a deep breath. And you're actually going to give it to your higher power. To your higher power. It's those little teeny irritants that build up to a big one. Okay? All right, let's continue basket weaving. Okay? Just put that green somewhere, because you're going to burn it in a little while. There's three animals. There's the shark, there's the turtle, and there's the eagle. So the shark bites, and it says things like, "You don't have a very nice basket." Or you say it to yourself, "I'm so slow. I'm not even as good as the girl next to me. What's going on?" We can all be sharks to ourselves. Stop beating ourselves up. Let's not be a shark to ourselves. A turtle, tap a turtle on their head and they hide in a shell. "Oh, I don't think I like basket weaving. It's too hard. You know, but mine's never as good as hers or his." But the eagle soars over the situation, and he just glides with power and respect. And you know what the eagle says? "You're doing an awesome job. I'm enjoying this. It's a little bit of a struggle, but I like it." And they don't judge it right away. So let's be eagles today. We're not going to beat ourselves up. We're going to say, my hands and my energy are making it just perfect, just the way it is. And out there, if somebody is virtually doing it, you also have your QR, I think it's called, where you can see my hands up close. So that little piece of paper was in your basket kit. I'm going to see.
Hey, good day, huh? Right? We're like, right?
Let me see yours. Yours is perfect. You are the professional. I'm sitting here photos and mine's all.
what I want you to do is just stop for a second, and what I want you to do, and this is especially for the grown-ups, okay? But if you can relate to it, go right ahead, okay? I had some trauma, I think, when I was your age too, but what I want you to do right now is to get that pink piece of paper, and I want you to hold it in your hand. So we kind of did today, you know. And then the other kind of lingering pain that I think comes up a lot is like a childhood pain. Like I was always overweight when I was little, and I was always teased for being fat. And that kind of held on to me. I mean, I did get skinny, and then I got fat, skinny, but it held on to me, and it did something to me so that I struggle with it all the time. But that's just an example. So what was that childhood thing that went on with you that kept you from just like, you know, being all that you wanted to be? Because now we understand about bullies. But when we were children, our parents didn't really know how to deal with it except for, oh, you be strong. You know, you just walk away. My son would say, you always say, just walk away, but I want to punch him in the nose. I said, no, the stronger person walks away. But I wish I would have said, usually the person that's teasing you has been hurt himself. He could be jealous of you because you have long hair. Maybe he wished his mother was PTA president and was always coming to the school. You don't know. So I want you to stop, and I want you to hold that pink paper, and I want you to think about that, because it's time to let that little weird thing go. But only you know what it is. Only you know what it is. So stop weaving, hold the pink piece of paper, kind of put it in your hand. Just think about it. What is it? What was that one thing? Because when you get into therapy with people, it sometimes goes back to that place. And if we had time to really build a little bit stronger relationship, some of you might have been brave enough to share that. But maybe today isn't the day, but at least you're identifying it. Maybe you're identifying it right now. So I want you to hold it. I want you to think about it. And I'll sing another little song for my people. Atemawa atahele, atemawa atahele, atahante hale, atahante hale, atemawa atahele, atemawa atahele, atahante hale, atahante hale. Atahante hale. So you've got that pink paper. Prayerfully, you've identified what that is. Just keep it. Now we have the green one. We have the pink one. Keep basket weaving. Keep basket weaving. If these are left over, I'm going to already take these out. I didn't bring any. No, I'm saying that they're not even going to write them down. They're just thinking about it, identifying it with the finger touch, and not even. These are going to go out on the grass because you got to dry them, Tamara. Okay?
in the moment that we have kind of created a little family, willing to be courageous, to share maybe that one childhood thing. You know, I mean, I know that I'm really asking a lot because it takes a while to kind of build that confidence. But the next step is maybe not right now, but maybe with another confidant, you will. But I just thought I would throw it out there because some people can be like obnoxious like me and say, I don't care, but who I don't know. I was fine. And I'm okay with that because I'm comfortable with it. You know what I mean? But once you share that pain and the person, that pain begins to diminish. It's holding on to it. You got to bring it to the light. You got to bring it to the light for that healing to begin. Yes.
up. Yeah, of course. And there's going to be food, there's going to be stuff for everybody. Yeah, everybody.
Really want to go.
Oh, let me ask this, Jack. Two big favors. Can you ask everybody if Mr. Bobby can take pictures of this for the Warrior Spirit? And the other thing is I wanted to see if I can announce a web writing camp up next week on the Warrior Rats. You heard about it, right? It's huge.
It's web, what is it?
Wellness. With free camping, free food. We have a main stage. We're going to have sweats. We're going to have NAAA, LGBTQ, White Bison. Albert Tiffany is going to be there and one of our speakers. Yes.
Was there a number or something that we... Okay, guys, we got some important community stuff going on here. First of all, are you okay if this handsome fella here takes some pictures of you guys reading and, you know, enjoying this moment? Is everybody okay with that? Yes. All right. And then I'm just...
Look at you.
And then I'm going to let you make that announcement.
What'd you say?
Okay, so listen up. This is community stuff, and it's great with conducting.
All right, first I'll take the pics, and then I can share them with my uncle and everyone.
Let me get in there. I'll pretend like I'm...
Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see. Ready? Jack, you look busy. Oh my God, look at all these little basket weavers doing an awesome job. Wait, you're the poser, so let me get you.
Wow! Look at your
Look busy and pose. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Look at yours too. Oh man,
Ready? Look, come on, you little posies. Hey. Okay, you guys too. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile.
Well, I should have said I made a
Awesome.
ring basket for my ring, so.
Great photos, you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, let me see.
Aw, how cute.
So now tell us about the community going on.
Okay, you guys, so next weekend, starting Friday actually, the 22nd, we're going to have a wellness camp out, and it's on the La Jolla Indian Reservation. Free camping, free food, free everything. We're going to have a main stage going with speakers. We're going to have sweats, men and women's sweats, and possibly kids sweats too. We're going to have well-briety. We're going to have AA, NA, LGBTQ, a sexual assault walk, and much more. And Mr. Bobby is going to be doing the main stage.
All right. So, yay. So how do we get in touch with you? What do we do? Like you just... How do we register? How do we register?
But you gotta say, Mr. Bobby, how do you...
Mr. Bobby, Mr. Bobby, please.
All right.
Are you going to give us a QR code?
Yes, I have... Okay, how can we do this the simplest way?
Tamara?
Everybody friend me, and then I'll just send everybody...
On Facebook?
Yeah.
It's under Bobby Wallace?
Bobby Wallace, and I have the fire medallion. Wait, you're going for your master's, right? Ah, yeah. See, that's why she came up with that idea. Come on, sign up with Shamiz. It's gonna be amazing.
This sounds amazing. Is there gonna be a women's sweat?
All right, okay, I'll send it to Tamara in a text. Do you know how to work text? Damn, I'm just full of good stuff today.
Oh man.
So there's a skeleton. Man, I can't believe nobody got that joke. It's an old one. Oh, let me see here. You did say Mr. Bobby. What the what? So your name's Jackie Whiteclaw? Hey! I got you. Okay, sister, let me send it to you.
Yeah, because I haven't read that at 14.
This is going to be so down. Free everything. And gonna just have everything. Really. Sweats, kid sweats. Yeah. Games. All sorts of stuff. Kid Jackie, I'm sending it.
So I just want to call out how interesting this shape is. And I thought he was going to stop, and now he's learned. He's pulling him out, and now it's going to go in and out again. And you're done, right? You're done?
I think I have one more minute.
You just go like this if you want him to come in. Well, you're done. So go ahead and you're done.
So
Bobby, you guys doing co-ed sweats, or is there a women's sweat?
there's a women and there's a men's.
All right.
Karina.
So I think you need to put your baskets down for a second, and let's talk about the orange one. Okay?
Oh no.
So the orange one. Okay, everyone's attention, attention, attention. My little guy here. Of course, it probably should go over his head, but the orange one is left for the most hurtful time in your life. Could have been in childhood, could have been a year ago. And I just want you to hold that orange for a little bit, because we know that it takes a long time to heal when you're really hurt. And 8 years ago, I decided that I thought, oh, I just want to be on council of my tribe. I just want to be there. I've made so many connections all over Indian country. I'm going to be such a, help to my people. Well, guess what? That whole thing where they say the crabs, once you get too high, they pull you down. Well, everybody on the council, they didn't like that. Wherever we went, people would say, Miss Jackie, and that I knew a lot of people. And I began to feel like I was a kindergarten. I'm sitting there in a council where I've gone all over California. I've partnered with so many tribes, and those people were able to take this woman that had a good self-esteem and bring me down to the level of feeling I couldn't do anything. I had to pray for a whole year, and I had to let it go, and I gifted them all with a gift, and I said, my place is not at this table. And I had to go on, because I realized that you just have to leave toxic situations. Now, sometimes it's with our family, which is really difficult to do. But I want you to hold on to that right now, and I want you to hold on to that orange. I want you to think, it doesn't feel good to know that I didn't make it on council, but it's okay, because I learned more about myself, and I knew that my place was somewhere else. Not with my own people. That was the most hurtful thing, because my own people is like, who does she think she is? She's not going to talk to me. I could never do this kind of teaching with my own people. Isn't that sad? And I am sure when your father became that leader
there was a lot of criticism because a lot of people didn't understand. He was way above their thinking. So in Indian country, we are hurt. We carry ourselves in a hurtful way. And so think about that. Where was your big hurt in your life? And then later on, when we're done with our baskets, you're going to have that moment to just throw it in the fire. One day you'll discuss it with somebody. Maybe you never will, but the first step is to identify it and give it to Creator, however you understand Him. Okay? We're almost done. You're done. Put it in the water, and I'm going to end your basket. You're almost done. They're done over there. The Kumeyaay family. You're still going. And then once you put it in the water, then I'm going to end it. Get my chair here. That angles.
Keep your light shining bright, sister.
That's right. And then I'm going to show you what to do with that yucca too, because that is an after activity.
This is a great exercise.
So come on up. Put yours in water. Put it in water, count to 10, and then bring it to me. Now, if you want to extend your basket, let's say that you decide that you can't give it away for a year. You just can't. But when you do give it away and you think, you know, that's a teaching, I am Native, I'm California Native, I'm going to give this away. You keep it in the family. You keep it so that it's a grandma or a grandpa or a mom or a dad or an auntie, because they'll never let that basket go. When I do these at schools, and they're not Native or anything, they give it to their parents. And I've been in, teaching this for 29 years. I have parents that meet me in Ralph's. Miss Jackie, oh my gosh, you should see Kevin. He's grown up. He's got 2 kids. He's a fireman. And we still have that basket. I still have that basket, Miss Jackie. So they really keep it, which is really good. You know, it's very exciting. So, all right, so she's ready. Beautiful basket. And then we're just gonna, we go behind and inside, just like this. Just soak it, babe, just to the count of 10. And then you just pull it, you go behind and inside, pull it, go behind and inside, just like that. The last one is standing. So what are you gonna do with that? You are going to put it in the first loop that you made, which is this one. It goes inside and there. Now, I told you that it was a belly button. The base of the basket, that belly button must be pushed in. This is an innie basket, okay? And so when you push it in, then it sits just like that.
Thank you.
All righty, good job. Give her a big hand, good job. You ready? All righty, good. So I'm just gonna start, I'll let you finish. You're gonna go behind and inside. This one goes behind and inside.
Okay.
And then you just keep going.
Okay.
When you get to this one, it's going to go behind it and this one.
Okay.
So see how you do.
Okay.
Okay? Next, if you're done, put it in the water. We're going to cut hers. We'll cut yours. Okay, we'll cut it. I brought those little ones that I told you on the table that are from the sewing thing. But let me cut it, Gloria, so I cut it the right size, please. Okay. Yeah, it's got to go in the water. All right. Who else? You want me to add it, or can you add it?
I got this.
She goes, I got it.
I just want to thank Amanda Barrios Griggs and Colleen, because I did not thank you when we were in the process in the room. Colleen, you're graduating too, right? Amanda and Colleen are about to graduate in 3 weeks. They have very long papers to write and much work to do, and have worked really hard to put this together to be here today. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for you. So very grateful. So just wanted to acknowledge new social workers going out in the world.
Woo! Good job, ladies.
So this is. So I'm gonna let you go and cut them this size, and then bring it back to me. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Maybe your hands are stronger than mine.
Should I cut this a little bit?
Oh, you're so creative.
Thank you.
I love it. You actually could go just a little teeny bit more. Take one and cut it. Look at the shape of his basket. Is that just...
Wow, that is beautiful.
I love it. He had those...
Oh, so cool.
Isn't that cool? So he brought it out. He's got that. Probably only do half of this, or like, you know, just a little bit of it. She could go just a little bit more. She's got the scissors.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. Yeah, it's good.
Tamara, I want to get his email. This one behind you. You're right here. This professor, PhD. I want to get his. I know it. Yeah. Who is ready? Yep. I wouldn't get. Yep. Just put it in the water and then I'm gonna. Good job.
Awesome.
Put it in the water. Count to 10. Bring it back to me. Make sure she takes it to school to show the teacher. What school does she go to? Okay. Put it in the water. Let me fix it right here. You know, if you want me to go to their school because I do assemblies, you just.
You need to go to their school.
It's
You
yeah.
really need to go to their school.
And I do the, you know.
Like yesterday.
Yes.
And you just
Yes,
can just contact me with mine, and then we'll figure something out. I work for the
Flip it around.
Sagerstrom Performing Arts Center. But you might be out of our area, so you and I can just do it. And the PTA will pay for it. We'll pay for it. All right, babe. They need. Yeah.
Really.
All right, finish that out. You had one little
Mine
skip.
kind of looks like yours.
All right, let me see. Yeah, nice and big and beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. All right. Okay, so now we're going to do yours differently. We're going to go like this. We're going to go like this. And I'm going to push it in like this. You want to?
I want to take a whole bunch of these sets home because this is really fun.
You like it? Oh, okay. Because I have a little QR thing where you put it on there, and then you see my hands doing it, so that helps.
Yeah.
You know, eventually I'm going to say, "Hi, you just got a basket start. Let's weave a basket." I did, yeah, you know.
Oh, that would be great.
You know.
My second basket.
Oh, so that's yours does not need to be given away.
No wonder why it's. You like that?
This one had color though.
Oh, it's like perfect. Hey, not like this.
So who are all the entities that, you know, collaborated with you to put this together?
It was okay. So it's Indian Health. So La Jolla Indian Reservation, Southern Indian Health, and just a bunch of us willing to step out on the ledge again. So you heard of the All Tribes in Recovery, right?
No, I haven't, but
We had on our 12th year over 1,300 people for a one-day event.
wow.
Biggest in the continental United States.
No way. And where was it at?
Sequan. In our first one, we had 50 people. Last one was like 1,300. In and out. We ran out of everything.
Did you? There you go,
Except-
baby. It's beautiful.
except for a
Beautiful,
good time.
beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Yes.
They're fun. They're amazing.
They are fun.
Behind?
You were there.
Yeah, very fun.
Behind?
Oh, yeah, I was
Inside.
climbing on something. It was so fun.
It was.
Just kind of pull it and
Yeah.
tuck it, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
The
close
last
it.
one is going to go in the first
It'll
two.
tuck in.
Yeah.
We've
Perfect.
got money in there. Just, oh, don't cut yourself.
Oh,
You're
these
trying to cut like.
Those are,
These are crazy.
I know, and I bought them at the 99
Yeah.
at the 99-cent store. I should have gotten another pair. I'm terrible. Oh, there you go.
I
Can you
wanna
cut
know if that's
those for
better or
everybody? I am Indian. I am man. I have knife.
No.
My husband, you should see my husband. He's got a knife. He's got the CW, whatever. He's got the gun. He's got.
Knife might be easier. Can you hold my leaf?
Yes, I will.
All right, thank you.
Is that sacred leaf that?
it fell down right when we started talking about the next slip. So I'm like, I gotta burn.
It's really hard to figure out.
Don't use the scissors.
So just an FYI.
Yeah, the voice.
Okay, so I'm wondering.
You guys either pay me to make tables, get in the split, make it accommodating in a way, or have him build for 60 people. As fast as we're sharing this That's just one thing I'm trying to figure out. I know I have a lot of respect for these ladies. I don't think they don't have the experience to really accommodate the camp. This is like to build everything.
Mute that channel. Mute channel 1. No. On the board. Okay.
But I hope microphone back on.
My phone?
Because when you see bullies, you know you want to push that in though. That's how not to be in the world. Tell me how to say your name again, because it's Ikwea. So Ikwea wants to go and burn her papers, and what I want you to do is I want you to just kind of walk by, because for a moment in time we're family. And I just want you to walk by everybody because they're going to be really proud of it. Just walk that way, and in your own way, however you want it, you're going to throw it in the fire. Okay? And it's like giving it to Creator.
Oh, my leaf.
All right. Oh, you got to cut these too. But go
Okay.
put them in the water. Okay, and then he'll cut them. All right. And I'm so proud of her because when she came up, she shared a couple of her little things. And you know, when kids start to learn how to share when they're young, that's great, right?
Yep.
Because some kids never learned how to.
Never.
Okay, show me how to push it in.
Okay, so that's the hard part, but you
I just had to go push
yeah,
harder.
just
Okay.
push harder.
I was like,
All right, and these later you can cut when you have good scissors. Okay, so perfect, good. Are you ready to put your papers in the fire? Thank you, and you seem to really be intense, like you were really committed. So thank you.
it took
A little
so
while.
much to get here today. I organized everything. I don't know if you know.
Oh,
that.
no, I didn't know that.
I organized everything today, so it took so much to get us here and to have today be. And it's just been an absolutely like perfect, beautiful day.
Yeah.
Just everything worked. Perfect. Everything flowed. Everyone was having a wonderful time. And
Letha, you see
I'm
that?
just like
Look
so
at
grateful.
this basket.
Everything just
Fantastic.
So, thank
Great.
you for this,
You're welcome.
this
You're welcome.
last moment here. Yeah, it's just settled in.
Fantastic.
You're ready.
I love it.
Very nice. Very nice. Now I'm going to show you a few, then
wanna
you can
cut
do
it?
it. Go behind.
Did you ask her
Yes.
how far?
Let's do it to about just there.
Okay, cut
Okay.
a couple inches.
Yeah. So behind and inside.
So,
Kind of pull it.
do
Go behind and inside. Just do it all the way around. This last one's going to go in there. But if you get stuck, you come back. Okay? Try to do that. Next. Oh. Good for you. Nice. Okay. So we'll put this in front like that. Now, yours is almost where I have to do it like with the loops, but I'm going to try it. See if I can do it without the loops. Pull.
tiny knives are good too, but you just gotta be careful.
I didn't cut myself.
That's you were probably being real safe.
That is round reed, and
You
it
know
comes
what's
from
first, right?
China.
Always.
It's kind of gross like bamboo, but bamboo is
Well, safety's always
hollow,
first, right?
and reed is solid. And then what they do is they soak it like in a spaghetti press, and then they press it. See, so but it mimics our junkus, so it does mimic one of our plants. And there you go. And then these you can cut later, and if you could push that in. I can't. Is this your brother's or your mom? Okay. Did you put it in the water? Okay. Who else is ready? Oh, that's perfect.
That's okay, right?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Let me see, sister, what you got?
Okay, so you...
Oh, that's tight. Good.
It's more like a bowl. That's
Yeah,
nice.
That's cool.
So who are you going to give your basket to, or is this your second basket? Going to give it to your mom? You're going to give it to your dad? You're going to give it to a grandma?
Gonna give it to...
That would be a real nice grandma gift.
It would. And put some love notes in it. I always tell the kids, put tiny little...
Oh. I can't believe it. Shaw has a baby.
There you go. There you go.
That's really cool. It's like a Christmas ornament.
Okay, babe, there you go. It's beautiful. Nice.
It's a Christmas ornament.
Nice. So, I hope that you know with your dancing that it takes practice, practice, practice. It took me a long time to do this. Don't stop. You are not, no matter what anyone says, you keep dancing. You're trying to do shawl dancing or...
All right, brother.
Or
I hear you're going to build a...
jingle, yes.
Oh my God,
Yes.
yeah, I'm going to build an oven.
And I know some of the best jingle
I build all sorts of
dancers
stuff,
too.
so it's
If you
just
guys get a,
about breaks.
tell your mom, I could bring them down.
Like,
Tell me your mom's name.
Olifa.
Olifa. Olifa.
I know that...
I believe she's over there.
Oh, where? Oh, I thought that. Oh, your mom's this one. This.
But it's probably not big enough for the matrix.
Yes, yes.
It's pretty wide. It's one of the hydraulic ones.
Oh, yeah.
But you
Yes,
can
yeah.
just roll up onto it.
Yes.
And it's,
Yes, yes.
I don't know if the
Yes.
footage is of it.
Okay.
You could probably fit
Yes.
like two
Okay.
big quads.
So this is what I want. If we can.
I think
Yes. Yes. Here you go, babe.
650
So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a break, and before they let the fire go, I want you to take all three colors, very quietly, talking to no one. You just go to that fire, you throw it in there, release that. That's the first step of healing, okay? And you might share it sometime with someone, but it wasn't kind of for today, it was just to identify it. So please do that now so that we can have it in the sacred fire, and it's that step. So Creator, I do come before you, and I just thank you for this circle, our moment of being family. And as you take everybody away in their own families, help them to remember the things that they were supposed to remember from this conference. Ila.
Probably take me 2 days. 2 days
So
to do it.
please, if you'll do it now, because they're going to shut the
And then
fire down, and
Ivan
then you
wants
won't be
an
able
oven.
to.
So they were talking about doing like smoothies and casseroles and
Yeah, yes.
I'm like, what?
I will count to
Smoothies and
5.
casseroles. But that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
I will try to help as best as I can.
Oh,
I'll
you
be
know
up.
what? I'm gonna be calling you, bro. Come help.
I'll just video you doing it. No, I'm just kidding. Can you mute the channel in case I get feedback? Hold on. No. That one.
And it's just real, you know. It's real. It's not make-believe. This is just us being people, you know. So I want to thank the Creator for all of us being here today, being alive, being able to feel the cool breeze upon our face right now. I want to thank the ancestors for being around us and guiding us and helping us all the time. And we need to learn that they're always with us. They're not far from us. I want to thank the Creator for Mother Earth and everything about Mother Earth that we know and we don't know. From the rock people, the tree people, the four-legged, the wings, the slimy critters, everything. And the ones that we don't know anything about. And the water, and the stars, and the sun and the sky. And pray for all the people. And pray for the bad ones. Pray for the sickly. That they can get healed. Pray for all the people like us, and we got people being born right now as we speak. We have people traveling to the spirit world right now as we speak, and this world's so big and it's so fast, and we just pray for everybody coming in and going away right now. I want to pray for all of our families, from the oldest to the youngest, and everywhere in between, that they can be strong, or do the best they can in this crazy life right now. We pray for all of them, especially our sick family members from the dope, the booze, or mental illness. We pray for those guys that they can be healed up. And last, we pray for ourselves, that we can be strong, we can keep doing the things we're supposed to do, not have to worry about what people say, but we just keep doing and doing and doing. That way the people that want to get it can get it. Pray that our minds are strong. Pray that our bodies are strong enough to make it through another day. Our mind, our body, and especially our fire inside. And I hope your guys' fire burns bright for a very long time. I love you guys, and thank the Creator that I got to know you today. And I thank the Creator for letting us work together in the future, because I know we will. Know what? Okay. Thanks.
Can I add something? We all need 5 hugs a day. So when you leave, give 5 people a hug and hug them real tight, okay?
Awesome. And then you guys, then, do your own prayer, throw it in the fires. There's 2 fires. This fire, true, it's gold from people that lost everything. So say a little prayer for them, say a prayer for yourself and everything. So, and that's real. This fire is real. And fire's alive too. So I love you guys, appreciate all of you, every single one of you guys. You people doing what you do, keep going. Do the best you can, kick some ass. Because you can. All right, go ahead, do what you guys gotta do. Wait, hold on, wait. 1 sec.
But wait, there's more.
Who's scared of COVID?
Not anymore.
Okay, if you guys want to step back out, let's do this old school here. I'll start us off, and you follow me, bro. Okay. This is the way it's